Space! Welcome to Starfinders Scoured Stars, the premiere episode of a brand new Starfinder Society based stream. We are going to be running for the next 10 weeks through some Starfinder Society scenarios from year one, year of the Scoured Stars, hence the name of the show. You see, we're clever like that. And it's going to be a good time. But it would be pretty boring if I was the only one here. So let's meet the players. We've got some exciting new faces and some that you might remember if you were with us with Troubles in Otari or on any of the DAT network streams that we've been a part of over the years. Sorry, now I'm just blah 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 blah. Diana, hi, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Welcome to Scoured Stars.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask before we get going, like, was there anything that so you're used to doing what you've done a lot of cyberpunk stuff, you've done a lot of fantasy stuff. Yep. Now we're jumping into science fiction / science fantasy with Starfinder. And was there anything that you watched or like read or anything that you looked at to prepare to get yourself in the sci-fi mindset?
Well, I've always been a sci-fi fan, so I love, like you said, I love the cyberpunk that I've been doing with Norse Foundry, but I mean, anything like Star Wars and Aeon Flux and what else do I love? I love Aeon Flux. So good. I love futuristic shows. Altered Carbon is one of my favorite shows. So
okay.
I'm ready for this world.
If you want to see an Altered Carbon RPG featuring Michelle and Bradley and GM'd by me, you can find that out.
Oh, I might have to stop by and say hi.
If you want.
So I've always been a fan of the futuristic world.
That's awesome. Another person who I have seen on socials all over the RPG scene, but have never had the pleasure of playing with, B. Dave. Welcome to Scoured Stars. I have a similar question for you. Like, what is your all-time favorite sci-fi franchise?
I mean, it sounds disingenuous to say Star Wars, but it's Star Wars. I was rocking my Yoda, pinch me, you will not St. Patrick's Day shirt earlier today. I got my Darth Vader, mask that I wear for when we have to go out so I don't, kill people. But I think for this, I've kind of been going through an inventory of like great sci-fi captains and trying to figure out where my vibe and aesthetic was going to land. I think I know, but to be honest, I won't know until I open my mouth and the first words come out.
Amen to that.
Yep.
That's how I run every game.
Not even supposed to be here today.
Welcome.
I just showed up at a spot.
I got all dressed up to hang out with Xander, and he was like,
Standard outfit.
The other faces that we have with us are familiar for those of us who were with Troubles in Otari, the Pathfinder show that we ran a couple of weeks ago. Michelle, you decided, despite your probably deep reservations, to come play with me again. So I'm super excited to have you here.
I was dragged, kicking and screaming.
I heard that you did a lot of research on moths for your character. Is that true?
It is absolutely true. Would you like to hear the rabbit hole I fell down for about a whole week?
Absolutely want to know about the deep moth hole that you got into.
Oh, moth hole. So I started looking at the Decimar race, which look kind of more like butterflies, Then I was like, oh, fuzzy butterflies. And then I was like, oh, moths are fuzzy, and they're sort of the same thing. Hopefully Paizo doesn't mind. And then I started Googling the best moths, and then I started Googling the brightest moths, and I got to the rosy maple moth, which is what my character is inspired after. It is a yellow and pink moth that's in the eastern North American area. They're one of the smallest moths, I think, in the genus, and they only eat maple tree sap, I believe, or leaves when they're the larva.
Oh,
and then they turn
wow.
into moths. They don't eat anymore because I think they just have babies and die. So I mean, that's sad. That's a sad moth fact.
That's moth facts. I'm deeply invested in moth facts, and I think that we should get more moth facts every episode. But that's just me. I don't know if everybody else wants moth facts. We'll have moth.
I would like a fact. Yeah.
One moth fact, please. Also with us again here is Xander Jeanneray. Xander, thanks for coming back. Those sunglasses are absolutely killer.
You can see yourself. It's a webcam. You're a webcam.
I can actually watch the show. Yes, I can watch the entire stream. Now I know that you are on a Star Trek stream.
I am.
So yeah, so you've been
contractually
dipped
bound.
into sci-fi for a while.
I have to say Star Trek is my favorite. It is, but
Yeah.
like I signed a contract, so
Right, yeah, obviously you're contractually obligated. But the question is, at that point, is which Star Trek series is your favorite?
Ooh, I've always had a soft spot for Voyager. There's something, I mean, the foundation of original series and Next Generation is there. Okay, all right.
We're seeing reactions. It's a hot topic.
Sorry, it's an automatic response. Sorry.
I like all of them. They're all my precious children. But I do love Voyager.
Excellent. And of course, last but not least, Katie. How you doing? How are you? I can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
Everything is silent. Oh no.
Oh no.
Katie,
Oh, no.
come back to us.
Defeated. She's
need
miming all of this.
No, I can't hear you.
Oh no, they got her
Yeah.
like they got me.
This is a
Oh
great
no.
True. We're like,
Well, you look
first
gorgeous,
word
Katie.
sounds like murder.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So we know this. Katie's favorite sci-fi is Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Mhm.
I mean,
It's absolutely
obsessed
fantastic.
with it.
That's one of my
Yeah.
favorites.
See, I would have gone more of a chud route, but I could see her being a killer clown woman. Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
It's valid.
Look, all I know is that the theme song for Killer Clowns from Outer Space is absolutely killer. Like that should just be on everybody's playlist. It was fantastic. If you go to Universal Horror Nights,
Yes.
they were playing that song because they had a Killer Clowns maze, and
Can you hear
that's
me
what
now?
they would play.
Yes.
Hey, it's
Sorry.
Katie.
We need to talk about something
Yay.
else.
Also, thanks, I
Who's
hate
your
it. Yes.
favorite clown?
I
from
don't
Killer
like
Clowns from Outer
clowns.
Space?
No, thank you. I forgot the question already, Jim.
I didn't actually ask. We didn't even get that far because we couldn't hear anything. So I'll just make up the question. What is your favorite sci-fi starship?
What? Didn't you ask me that recently?
No, we talked about pirate ships, but not starships. Those are completely different. Unless it's a space pirate, you could get double points. This is a bonus. round.
I'm gonna go with I don't know. Should I go with? I gotta go with Firefly, right?
Oh yeah.
Sure, why
Serenity.
not?
Sure. I'll go with that.
Firefly.
Yes,
It's a
Firefly's
classic.
great.
Everybody loves it. I love it.
We know you love it, Jim.
We know. Well, I hear some personal details coming through that people don't need to get into, Diana. So we will move on. We're here to play Starfinder, not talk about my history with Firefly.
Oh.
It's all out of love.
As I had mentioned before, we are playing through some of the Starfinder Society scenarios from the year of the Scoured Stars. All of the adventures that we are going to play through this series are available right now on paizo.com/Starfinder. You can go in there, you find not only these Starfinder Society scenarios, but if you're not familiar with Starfinder, you can always pick yourself up the beginner box, which is an excellent tool for learning this incredible science fantasy system. Or you could just watch us fumble through the rules, and we will get, I will say right now, we will get 100% of them correct every time. Everything that we say on this show It'll be
Oh, God.
Starfinder canon
Okay.
with 100% accuracy to the rules. So much so that if the printed texts don't match up with what we say, they will be reprinted to be changed to
Jim
what
Jim,
we
you
say.
can't say
That's-
stuff like this. We're on the
Yeah.
official channel.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
No, I'm lying about all that.
I literally was with you. I was backing you on all of that until you got to the reprints, and I'm like, no, they can't even joke about that. Actually,
No.
Here's where I get off.
Nobody will be reprinting anything.
No.
Don't listen to me. I am a fool. Let's play some Starfinder before I get in serious legal trouble. All right, here we go. Good morning, Galaxy. This is Segway Macedra with your Absalom News update. Still reeling from the Scoured Stars incident nearly 2 years ago, the Starfinder Society held its first public induction ceremony for new members since the disappearance of its former First Seeker, Jad Nura. Current First Seeker, Luaziel Sebo, said in her commencement address that the Starfinder Society will not let yesterday's loss be tomorrow's failure, and vowed to restore the society to its full operational capacity with bold new initiatives. A&T correspondents reached out to First Seeker Alsebo to ask if she believed it was appropriate to continue operations after losing nearly 3/4 of its membership in the ill-fated attempt to explore the Scoured Stars, but her office declined to comment. Flo Vordanden, Vice President of Marketing and Sales for Aspis Consortium on Absalom Station, released a statement critical of the society, labeling them a gang of adrenaline junkies and warning young job seekers that the call for recruits from the Lorespire complex is dangerous bait to snap at. Stick around for our next story about a single android consciousness inhabiting 3 bodies accused of evading law enforcement after surrendering only one of its physical forms to authorities to serve a 4-year prison sentence on hacking charges. Should each physical body of the single entity face imprisonment, or is one enough? More on that after the break. The news update on your personal devices switches to a sponsored ad for a virtual theme park that is interrupted by a notification of an incoming audio message. You 5 are the fresh Starfinder Society recruits from the news. It is your first day on the job, and none of you have any idea what awaits. After your commencement ceremony, the society put you up at the Pod Stack, a coffin hotel in Absalom Station near the Lorespire complex. You were warned you'd be needed bright and early for assignments, and the beeping notifications on your devices is proof that they weren't kidding. The doors on each of your pods unseal, the hiss of released pressure filling the air, revealing 5 of you as you get ready for whatever comes. Diana, who do we see stepping out of that sleep pod first?
She is a Solarian drow. Her moat, just so you guys know, I've chosen the armor moat, so my armor will start to glow in hexagonal pattern when I'm fighting, which is really cool. I'm excited about that. So anyway, just the way I look, the way the art looks, she's just kind of cold, dark, always shifty eyes, staring at everyone, studying everyone, but she's very loyal to her crewmates, and especially the captain. She is holding a pistol, and she is armored with holding a nice long steel sword.
I like to imagine that you are constantly holding the pistol, like just at all times. Never ever unarmed.
Yeah, I think so. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So
Go ahead.
That's it.
Sorry.
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
We're good.
Cool. Another 4-armed figure steps out of one of these sleep pods, and B-Dave, tell us all about your character.
Captain Gunnan is a witch-weird noble scion envoy of the steward officer archetype. He has already had a long and illustrious career in one of the witch-weird merchant houses before deciding to dedicate himself to something greater, and signed on with to see the universe. Apparently there's a lot of opportunity for upward expansion after 75% attrition. Gunnan is 7 foot, 300 pounds, with pale blue skin underneath a helmet. He loves purple. More often than not, he has 2 of his forearms carefully retracted behind him as if he's lost in thought, while the other 2 rub pensively at his chin. He's just here to make the universe a better place.
Excellent. Speaking of making the universe a better place, Xander, why don't you tell us about the next character to step onto the scene?
Oh,
We cannot
Can't
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yes, he's doing that mime thing that his people like to engage in.
Greetings, my name is Haven. And you see this Sheeran, as you can see in the art, a sort of insectoid figure in a flight suit, because they're an ace pilot. They use they/them pronouns because they're a host Sheeran. So you can see them coming out very excited. Their antenna is sort of waving, sensing everything around them. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am here to find freedom and individualism among the stars.
Perfect. And of course, in the back, a dark figure arises. Katie, who is lurking in the shadows.
This is Voltarix. She is a Strix operative, and she really likes to kill things and has a little fun doing it.
That is terrifying.
Oh, yes.
All right. So you've all been awakened by the news update,
wait,
and then
There's
Wait.
one more member of our crew.
Never mind. I'm not even
Why
here.
did I-
This place sucks.
Yes,
No.
literally
You know why?
the best and brightest.
You know why? It was because you were in the middle of my list, and I skipped over you. That's very sad.
Aw.
That's very sad. I
Cool,
screwed
Jim.
it
Pro
up,
cool start.
ruined
Pro cool start.
everything.
Also, one thing I forgot to tell you guys. My name is Kazka because I totally
Ah.
forgot to tell you guys my name. So Kazka.
You're doing great so
Yay.
far. We got
know.
audio problems. We got legal troubles. It's all a problem. Tell us about Maple, Michelle.
Mabel didn't even really want to be here. So Maple is a beautiful four-armed Decimar. You might have heard of us. We're from the planet Kashoria, which is kind of far from this place. Maybe you've not heard of it, but it's pretty cool. You should probably try to go. All of my weapons are in a really cool bag that looks sort of it's like Gucci, you know what I'm trying to say? And I have a module that lets me change clothes at will, so I can go boop and change from evening wear to night wear.
Ooh.
It's evening wear to day wear. It's pretty cool. I have anytime I enter a room, I actually spent money on this. Hold on, what's it called? It's a light projector armor upgrade. So anytime I go into a room where there's important people, I turn it on and lights go behind me, so it looks like I'm like Britney Spears entering a Vegas show.
I love Britney.
So when my front door opens, you see a fog machine has I've run and hit a button, and then lights are going.
Wow.
And I just go, good morning, good to see you all. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. This is
You
amazing
are-
to see everyone here. Very good. Oh, one thing I noticed about my character is that I am. I'm thinking of Instar. Instar is what you are before you turn into a beautiful butterfly person, and so I was an Imago, but now I'm very beautiful, and that's me.
I love it. Kazka's not gonna like that, but I love it.
So you've all been awakened by this news update and the notifications on your personal devices. When you answer them, you hear a mechanical voice. Good morning, Starfinders. I am Guidance, a collective conscious of uploaded personalities and repository of Starfinder lore. Your presence is required at the Lorespire complex as soon as possible for briefing and assignment. Please head to the lift at the rear of the complex lobby and scan your subdermal society sigil to be directed to your meeting room. Delay is subject to reprimand and reassignment. And then the message ends.
Thank you, Guidance. And Haven will immediately jump up and head towards where they're supposed to go.
Yes, today is the day. Let us be about it then.
Guidance, can we not change your voice though to something better than what's happening here? Guidance?
I'm
Hello?
sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, don't have feelings.
Let's
It's
try
not-
this one. Do you prefer this model?
I hate it. Thank you. Okay, go back to the first one. All right, let's go.
All right. You guys making your way towards the Lore Spire complex, which is a massive collection of buildings and the primary base of operations for the Starfinder Society. In better days, it is a bustling campus full of explorers, dignitaries, and visitors. But these days, it's like a ghost town of nearly empty offices and lonely corridors. The lobby is nearly empty except for a flickering hologram that activates when you walk through the front doors. Welcome, Starfinders. Proceed to the lift and scan your subdermal society sigils. I can recommend your best behavior. First Seeker El Sabo herself waits.
Oh.
The first seeker. Excellent.
This is indeed an honor.
Team, just one little bit of advice as we go to meet the first seeker. Perhaps don't be yourselves.
Perhaps I could finally try out my human disguise. Look at me. I am a human and I eat with my mouth flaps.
I don't
of
think
flesh.
anyone wants to see that. Thank you.
Oh.
No.
I thought it was pretty cool, but I guess, so how do I not be myself, Captain?
Just the things that you think you should say, don't. Then say the next thing instead.
So if they need us to go in there and assassinate some, people, I'm supposed to tell them that I'm not interested.
No, do be interested, just maybe not quite as enthusiastic as you usually are. Your eyes you show a little too much of the whites around your pupils when they widen with the mention of murder. Maybe, normally you're at a 10, maybe a 7.
Gunnan, I love this. This is really good information. What I will say is one little note, if you're taking notes, is that you don't really have a lot of choice from Starfinders to pick from right now. So I feel like we're kind of the last. They're the last group to do the thing they want us to do. So
you are correct, Maple. There can be no negative repercussions, for they have no options. Then yes, let us go then.
I mean, it's not bad to be the only choice, but we could. I mean, it's fine. We'll be fine. Look at us. Just, just half of you don't talk. Okay, great.
That's really rude.
No one cares about your opinion. Okay.
No, but I care. It's just later when things inevitably get a little more stabby is when you'll really get to shine. Or shooty.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yes. Come, let's go. And the guy clapped with both hands, but out of sync. So it's like,
Ooh.
We got a light show? No, we're not doing that. Okay. All right. I'll wrap now. I don't like it.
No, it's already hard to hear you over that outfit. The lights won't be necessary.
Oh, I can change it. And I start clicking through my. I think I bought 3 outfits. Yeah. I wasted all my money on just clothes. Sorry. I have 1 gun. Okay.
Oh, what was the name of the first seeker, by the way?
Luazi El Sabo.
Who
You
became
do not
first
want to
speaker
know how I spelled that.
after Jad Nura went mysteriously missing, right? That's what the news said.
Indeed. It is a mystery, but also not. Everybody kind of knows what happened. He led a massive expedition into the Scoured Stars, and then shortly thereafter, some sort of technological and or magical field enveloped the system and locked anybody from going in and prevented anything from coming out. It is currently unknown whether he is alive, or he or any of the other Starfinders are alive behind that veil. And that is why you guys are their last option.
I think you meant first option.
Technically true.
The best
Y'all
kind
move
of
to
true.
You move back to the lift that you were directed to and scan these subdermal sigils that were implanted in each of your hands the day before. The lift hums to life, and you all begin to ascend the central tower of the Lore Spire complex. Moments later, the door opens directly into the first Seeker's office, where you see a dark-skinned woman sitting behind a massive desk, giving serious thought to a pile of paperwork. Without looking up, she motions for you to enter and take a seat in one of the many chairs before her desk.
I do so.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm going to stand by the door.
Sure.
I'm gonna lurk in a corner somewhere, arms folded.
So there's 2 lurkers.
I sit
2
right
lurkers
next to Gunnan just to be like, hello, I'm here.
And Haven will be on the other side of Gunnan.
Forearms represent.
Nah. 2 of
the
mine
first
are.
seeker. The first seeker finishes up whatever form she's filling out, puts it on the massive stack of forms that have already been filled out. Finally gives you all a look, sort of side-eyeing the corner lurkers. So, Starfinders, I'd like to say there was more time for orientation and observation, but there is a lot to be done, and I'm going to have to lean on you more heavily than I'd like to in your first days with the Society. First, I'd like to formally designate you as an operations team. You 5 will be working together on assignments moving forward. Guidance suggested based on your aptitudes and training scores, you'd be a happy fit, so let's hope that they were right. Secondly, it is traditional for new recruits to report to each Society faction head on their first day. It is likely that each of them will have an assignment for you as well. Guidance will transmit a document detailing who you'll be meeting and where to find them. But I suggest starting with Historia 7, leader of the data files, as I know she happens to be in the Lorespire Complex's archives today, and just about every day. But that decision ultimately belongs to you. I don't really have anything further unless you have any questions, and Guidance will keep me appraised of your progress.
A quick question, Jim Jam. Is she human?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, it seems that you have come quite a way, First Seeker. Tell me, do you enjoy bread?
She looks at you. Yes, I
that's so
enjoy bread.
human. That's such a human thing. They love bread. Humans, they do.
And also cheese, I find they tend to enjoy.
Mm.
Also, I appreciate her raid boss don't mess with her stat block that it takes the time to show us here.
Terrifying.
Right. Great. I'm all like, so apparently you're going to go rescue everyone and we can just hold down the fort here. Yeah. Excellent. Well, anything else we need to know other than report to the faction heads?
No, they should be able to tell you anything else, including their dietary preferences, if you choose to ask.
Okay, sounds good. And then how many of these little jobs are there? Just the one, or is just 2?
You have 3 meetings scheduled for the day. Unfortunately, the Fitch, the leader of the Wayfinders, is in the midst of some heavy repairs out in the Armada and wasn't available for a meeting. But I'm sure that he will extend his greetings before too long.
Okay, I'm just trying to get done before dinner because I do have some things to do and a couple of dates to go in. So, okay, great. Let's go, team.
Well,
I open up the door and I leave.
Yes, by your leave, First Seeker. And I give a very overly elaborate flourish and bow.
At this point, she's basically she has dived back into the paperwork and sort of half-heartedly gives you a nod, and she seems incredibly busy. As you head back into the lift, each of your personal devices give you a notification as a document is uploaded, and you see that you are indeed supposed to meet with one Historia 7 at the Lorespire Complex Archives, one Radazam in the Nyori Palisades at the Obsidian Spiders LLC offices, and one Zigvijix in Downlow with a link that says click for navigation assistance.
The nasty case of Zigvijix once.
No, I don't think you should make those kinds of jokes when we're around them. It seems kind of rude, but I don't know.
Wasn't a joke, but okay. Shall we meet with Historia first? I wonder what fate befell the first 6 Historias.
I know, this one's number 7. It's crazy.
Probably some sort of horrible accident.
Look,
Unless Historia 7 is an android, then they're not really, someone made them.
What was that, Voltarix? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
perhaps she just needed something taken care of. There's always that option as well. And sort of the option I'm looking for.
Oh, dear.
Yes. Well, I know better than to get between you and a target. Well, are we all in agreement then? Historia first, and then see how it works out for the others?
Actually,
Yes,
Historia 7, but yes.
Now you are technically correct, the best kind of correct.
Thank you. I try really hard. A lot.
Haven will pull out their personal device and say, "Guidance, activate protocol to take us to Historia 7."
You see a little, basically a maps app appear on the surface of your device, and you see a little line. It looks like indeed she is in the Lore Spire complex. It says it'll be a 3-minute walk from your current location.
Interesting that
Well-
they can calculate. We have a range of paces and foot speeds, but so be it.
Very advanced technology.
Incredibly
Haven.
advanced.
Yes.
Can you lead us the way? And I'll just follow.
Follow me. And
Following.
they'll shimmer out in front.
So you track Historia 7 to the archives in the Lore Spire complex. You find a blue-haired female android reclining in a chair. Cables hooked into her neck that detach as you enter. The android sits up immediately. I'm Historia 7. You are new Starfinders. You will undertake a task for me, allowing me to familiarize myself with your capabilities, and for you to gain cohesive experience as a team. Acknowledge.
Ooh, is this a test?
Sounds like it involves violence.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
A hacker recently gained access to encrypted data from Blue Rise Tower. I want that data. I have provided a smokescreen for the unknown hacker, but Blue Rise Tower will find them. You will beat them to it. Retrieve the data. Return it to me. Acknowledge.
Wow. Okay, that was a lot.
I'm not without some hacking skill myself. Are we retrieving the data or the hacker or eliminating the hacker?
Ooh, I like that option.
Data is your priority.
Oh. Oh well.
Yeah, we can totally get some nerd stuff. No biggie. Let's go.
Acknowledged.
Uploading coordinates to your personal devices. Dismissed.
Oh.
Oh.
Man, they're so efficient here. That's 2 meetings in 5 minutes.
Yeah, y'all know you don't have to say acknowledge every time, right? You can just say sure or whatever is good in the hood. You kind of can make it loosey goosey.
I
Acknowledged.
prefer the clarity of acknowledged.
Yes,
There's too much ambiguity in much of your other linguistic tactics.
loosey
This is much
goosey.
more-
Yes, I don't know what hate-filled avians have to do with our current situation, but fine.
It's a human thing.
She is not. None of us are.
That's true, yes. You can grab some things.
Might I? She says she's put up a blue screen. Is there anything I can do, computers wise, before we go, or is this definitely a beat feet and try and find this person physically thing?
Well, you can if you ask about that. She says, unfortunately, there is not much we can do from here. I'm afraid that Blue Rise agents will find and eliminate the source of the data if you do not leave immediately.
And that is bad.
Indeed, the data would be lost. That would be very unfortunate.
Well, it stands to reason if it were able to be fixed remotely, you'd have done it already. Then, and I just pull out both guns and look at them for a second and then put them back. Good.
Thank you for your understanding.
Acknowledged.
What?
What? I thought I was supposed to say it, right? Okay.
Do turn and look at our 2 murder girls here and say, looks like this is going to be you guys' type of thing, though.
I'm ready. Let's go.
As long as it's fun. Collecting data can be boring.
He just said murder, so we can do it.
Yes, I'm here for the murder part. I was making it clear that not necessarily here. It's fine. Let's go.
Sally
Activate.
forth.
Activate navigation to Blue Rise Tower.
But do it cool.
Oh, but do it cool.
Your map app updates with the ping from Historia 7, and as you are turning to leave, just wait.
What?
You turn back towards her, she's now actually, instead of just looking at the data stream that she's been focused on the entire time, she's looking at you, and she says, thank you. Have a nice time.
Acknowledge.
And then she lays back down and refocuses on the data stream.
Oh, they're learning how to be human. How cute.
It's my goal.
Okay, well, you're a little farther away than they are, so.
Overrated, friend. Overrated.
I think they're neat.
They're different.
What makes them neat?
The
Cheese
way
and bread.
they just have eyes that are like pools, and they jelly. How does it doesn't make any sense?
I don't think you're supposed to touch them.
Oh, definitely not.
Their eyes are soft. They're not hard like ours, so.
Right?
Don't ever. You probably should. I think they get really mad about that kind of stuff.
Although in an altercation, they do make an excellent target. Go straight for them, actually.
Oh my God,
Yes.
they're so soft. Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
I
they
have
don't have
studied
wings, so
The historical
what's the point?
documents of the Three Stooges and their techniques.
Oh.
Ancient sages of
Hmm.
prehistoric Earth culture. Yes, I'm familiar with their works. The book
So
of
neat.
Whoop 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 was my particular favorite.
Ah, a fellow scholar, I see.
yes. Knowledge is power. Yes. All right. Well, then let us be about it here. I suppose we'll survey the area and decide how to retrieve our goal.
So-
Head that way.
Sure. The coordinates that were uploaded to your personal devices actually take you into a neighborhood called Drifter's End. You see a cement block of an apartment with several potted plants growing fat red vegetables. Tending to the plants is a 20-something human male with work gloves and a trowel. He doesn't even seem to notice you at first. He's intent on his plants. What do you guys do?
We are very subtle and understated.
As we come up, Haven just takes the lead and says,
I've got this. Hello, fellow human. I see we both have green thumbs.
The guy sees your shadow fall over. What? Who? What? Who are? What? Human? No. Click. Okay, sure. You know what? Whatever. Yeah. Okay. You grow
We
plants
are-
too? Is that a thing?
We are also on the search for the Blue Rise Tower. Might you direct us to it?
Blue Rise Tower. Yeah. I mean, what do you want to go to Blue Rise Tower for?
Human things.
Bread and cheese.
Are you
Bread
guys
and
tourists? Have you never been to Absalom Station before?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. My friends were like super weird. I like step in front and like make my wings really big and cover. Xander, what's your character's name?
Haven.
Haven, sorry. Whenever it's on screen, I get confused. We are just like here checking things out. We're like on a job, you know how it is, like ugh, so boring. But yeah, we just want to like pop in real quick and like pop right back out. But is it like right near here then?
Yeah, no, but you don't pop in the Blue Rise Tower. Okay, you guys. Look, if you are, look, I can give you directions to maybe some of the more touristy areas of the station, but don't mess with Blue Rise Tower. There's nothing there for you want to go down to the entertainment district. Look, I can give you a couple of names.
No. Why are
Yeah,
Why
you're
are you
hiding
scared?
something.
I'm literally trying to help you guys here. What is happening? This is so weird. And as you guys are standing there talking to this guy, who actually does seem pretty genuinely confused, you see the door to this apartment open, and you see a sort of stooped older woman who looks out, and she says, "Oh, you're looking for information on Blue Rise Tower? You should come in, and we should talk." The guy who's tending to these plants, like, his grandma, like, do you know these people? These guys are like, what's happening? So, don't worry, Drebea, just send them, come in, have some tea. And this old woman like throws open the door and starts motioning for you to all follow her into the apartment.
This
I
is
put the
only-
equivalent. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
This is only getting creepier. I'm in.
I put
I'll
the equivalent of like $5 in the guy's palm. Thank you, friend.
You transfer 5 credits to him, and he's like, now looking at it, he's like, what is happening?
As we're going in, Haven is gonna go aside to Kazka and sort of like a tourist guide explaining.
Grandma, it means that they're part of the same human colony. They were hatched from the same something.
Oh, interesting. I wonder what that something is.
Mhm. Quite the
It's
mystery.
nice to meet you, human green thumb man.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess.
It
As you all
is-
file into... Good.
It is my understanding that humans bear live young. They are not hatched.
I forget. That was my bad.
Oh,
Point of order: is there in the distance like a big blue tower that we're just not looking at, or?
You can make a culture check if you want.
Ooh.
Ooh, yes! First roll of the day. Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
We're playing the game. Oh really?
But it's +5, so it's a 6. Is that it?
Yeah, you're not really from Absalom Station. You're not sure what who Blue Rise Tower is, so it all doesn't make any difference to you.
I got a 25.
Ooh.
Nice.
This is what I
You
do.
Right.
That Blue Rise Tower is basically it's a massive living residential complex owned by the Blue Rise Tower Corporation. And it is an incredibly secretive place. On the surface, everybody who lives there has everything that they need taken care of, and the Blue Rise Tower is a wonderful residential management company, and that is all that anybody is legally allowed to say, and anybody who says different things tends to not be around very long. It is an organization that many believe to be quite malicious and shady, and due to their incredibly difficult to get through data security, you're guessing that if somebody actually hacked into their servers, that it was somebody who was either has a death wish or is just that confident in their skills. However, since Historia 7 was able to detect the hack, it is very likely that they were a little overconfident in what they were able to do.
I mean, if I can carefully relay this to the team without Grandma hearing, I do so. If I can't, I'll keep it to myself for the time being.
Sure. You have a few minutes almost to yourselves as this older woman is actually preparing a big pot of tea and setting out plates for all of you. And as she's pouring the last cup of it, and you're finishing up your analysis of Blue Rise, and she sits down and she says, "So, I might be in a bit of trouble if what you're saying is true. Tell me, what is it? Are you from Blue Rise?"
I put two of my hands on the table like I'm drinking the tea, and the other two hands I unholster both guns under the table. Like, yes, delightful tea. Yes. No, we are just looking for a friend who was doing some work for them. We also are freelancers, and thought it might be worth making a new connection.
So you're not from Blue Rise?
Oh my god, no. Do we look poor? Oh god.
Oh,
I didn't want to say it quite so overtly, but it's
No, we're like really fancy Starfinder people.
Oh, the Starfinder Society. Excellent. Then I may just get through all of this. Let me be a little upfront about presuming that I can trust you. And quite honestly, if the Blue Rise is involved, whether I can, you might be my only option regardless. Look, the thing is, my name is Saren. I was something of an operative back in my younger years, but that all ended because of a degenerative brain disease that I had, which isn't too much of a problem thanks to the personality partitions that they put in my brain to stop the degeneration. Unfortunately, some ghosts of my younger self sometimes reflectively act on some of my former behavior patterns, and, well, it's very likely that if something happened and Blue Rise is after me, that it's the fault of this sort of, we'll call it a ghost of myself. Either way, if we've harmed Blue Rise in some way and they're coming after me, well, that is going to be quite a problem, because as you can see, I am not in the same shape that I once was. Could you please illuminate me as to exactly what's happening? I would like to know what I'm up against.
We are here to collect data, nothing more. We are simply looking for some data sets before they disappear.
Oh, data. Then it must have been a hack. Okay. This, well, the data is really of no use to me. I didn't even know that I had collected it. It should actually be stored in the personality partition, and I could download it off of that fairly easily. I do think, though, that, well, if I'm going to survive this process, I should ask you a favor. How about an exchange of sorts? See, Blue Rise is after me. I saw something. Probably going to have to take my death.
Maybe we
You're
can
gonna have to
find
take my
some. I was thinking maybe we can find someone to modify your body so you can be the way you were once before.
Age reversal, not something I'm too interested in. But you might be on the right path. How about this? You help me fake my death, which should throw Blue Rise off my trail long enough for me to reestablish myself somewhere else on the station, and I'll give you the data.
Might I sense a motive on this grandmotherly person?
Please do.
We should probably do that once in a while, huh?
23.
Nice.
23. You can tell that she's telling, like, you don't get any sense of deception from her. She seems to be telling the truth, and at this point is just trying to sort out how best she can get through this tricky situation.
Well, the good news is I sense no deception. She could just possibly be senile.
That happens to humans.
Yeah,
Fake your death, fine. Although I must admit, ma'am, I do not mean to be rude. You do not have a very strong negotiating posture right now because you need us. But I don't think it would be too difficult to pretend murder. Very much looking at Casca and Voltarix, like, you can pretend murder, right?
I don't think we need to go to anything so elaborate as pretend murder. Just forge some documents, get my death in the system. That should about cover it. In terms of my negotiating position, you're quite correct that I guess I don't have much of a leg to stand on. I guess it's all dependent on how valuable this data is to you, because it is, after all, up here, and I can't even access it unless I choose to. So,
Well,
how important is that to you?
I was kind of hoping for a really, like, dramatic, spectacular death and, like, arranging. I'm a bit of an actor myself, I've got to say, but you just want to fill out paperwork, and it's, like, so boring.
Well, it's not really so much as filling out the paperwork as considered an exciting depth into the underbelly of the city. After all, you probably have to do some bribery and some hacking and some forgery. That should be exciting, yes?
Okay, I hear you.
We could stage an actual murder, but
That
then
sounds like
people
more
want to
fun.
recover the
Yeah.
people would want to recover the body, and well, I am supposed to be, not actually dead, which would be a problem.
Okay,
Wow.
so we go to the
I do have
underbelly,
one
which
option.
I totally know what that is. Yes.
I do have one option. This has got me thinking in terms of body. You want an elaborate display of my death? This should work out just nicely. I know a coroner from back in the day who may be amenable to providing you with a human corpse.
A human
And then we
corpse.
could, if you have any, aren't you skilled in disguising such a body?
Maple has tons of outfits. Maybe you can borrow one from her.
No, I'm not putting any of my outfits on a dead corpse. Oh my gosh. But we can totally buy just like a projection garment thing. It's not a big deal.
Fire, acid. There are a number of afflictions that could befall a fragile human form that would make identification quite difficult.
And then we could have the body afterwards to do whatever we want.
We are not doing that in our
Or not.
Oh, I was there with you, Haven.
I think we need to start a different conversation about maybe like some of us like not living in the same pod as the rest of us anymore. But okay, so who on this team votes for get a cadaver and like mess with it and pour acid on it? And then who votes for going to the black market and getting documents from probably like the mob?
I could do both.
Yes, I'm only one vote, but I'm far better at hacking than corpse desecration. That's more you all's bag.
No,
The more
I don't-
layers of proof
no.
we can provide of my death, the better this will hold up to scrutiny.
Let's do both.
Okay.
Yes.
Something for everyone. Great. It's gonna take all day,
Let's see.
isn't it?
I'm going to need
I
a death
should-
certificate. I'm going to need a new identity. And we're going to need the body. Do you really want to do an elaborate staging of my murder?
Let's do the first two things first, and like maybe like table it if it's not. If there's like no time, guys. I have a really cool date at like 8 p.m. and I cannot be late. This is like super. I've been like working on this for months.
Yes, we have 3 appointments today. I don't know how many hours we have this cycle, so we should probably move it along, yes.
Well, then I suggest you get to work. I am actually going to leave in case Blue Rise shows up. So be prepared for that. I'll meet you at, you know where Yatembe Park is.
Do we?
Guidance does.
Okay.
Do we our personal communication devices, I assume they can take pictures in the far future?
Yeah, you could snap a picture. Yeah.
I'd take a picture of her and send it to Historia 7. I don't include any other words, just a picture. I'm like, in case you run.
All right, sounds good. So she gathers up a few personal effects, but leaves. You can see most everything. Like, you know, she has something of a very small, compact go bag. She goes and rounds up. You can hear her arguing with Joubert outside, and eventually she and he both shuffle off, leaving you with an opportunity to fake this woman's death.
Yep.
As she had mentioned.
She did not clarify if we're faking his death as well, or if we're going to do
She did
that
not.
with actual effects, or...
She did not clarify whether that is the case. Finding Yatembe Park when the time comes would be fairly easy. I mean, you have it's a fairly well-known place on Absalom Station, and guidance would be able to get you there. And she leaves, before she goes, she leaves a card with a contact for the coroner. She says before she goes, she says, I can't promise it won't cost you a little bit. He isn't he's a bit of an opportunist, but he'll keep his mouth quiet. He'll keep his mouth shut about it too. So, and then
Well, we
she
can
shuffles
be
off.
like really convincing, so don't worry about that.
I have no doubt. So what do you guys want to try first? You guys are welcome to split your efforts. I know time is of the essence, and after all, Maple's got a date at 8. So if some of you want to stick around and work on forging the new identity, or trying to forge or hack into the Absalom Station systems and get a death certificate and death notice up for this woman, that would be an option. While some of you head down to the coroner's office, or you guys can all go together. It's up to you.
I mean, hacking wise, am I like rooted somewhere? Although I hack quickly because of my forearms, but I mean, is this something I can like do on the move? Like I've got like a laptop, or do I need to like be somewhere?
It's certainly easier if you plant yourself somewhere, but you're also pretty skilled at it, so you could easily do it on the run. It would just be a lot more difficult.
How about I find a computer terminal to take care of the tech parts of it and just catch up to you all?
Haven,
Yes.
I think you and I should go and see the body.
Just for science, we should go and
Right.
look at the human bodies, just
You
to see.
Yeah, you could give me a tourist attraction type of, explanation.
Guidance, locate human bodies.
No, remember we have to use the information on the card, the coroner's card.
Guidance, take us to the coroner. We got this.
I don't really know that you
No
do.
problem, Haven.
Oh no.
Does that leave Voltarix and Maple to handle the third part of this, which yeah, well, I believe I'm doing the death certificate via hacking, yes. You all are securing a body. What is the third thing that we need to figure how she died? That's what we're covering?
No, I think it's getting a new ID for her.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You need a fake ID. Earlier, Maple had mentioned the possibility of actually going and trying to find some characters who might be able to provide you with an alternate ID. So you can certainly do it that way, or you could attempt to forge them yourselves.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. It's gross. Okay, Voltarix, let's go and like see some friends. Paper is gross.
Just all of you try not to shoot first. That's my one request. Try not to shoot first.
What about my
Captain.
sword? Don't swing.
Ideally not, yes. I mean, if it, sometimes, as the common Earth idiom was, it bees like that sometimes, but try to avoid it.
He is a fellow scholar.
That was so cool.
I'm sorry, Kat, but if you let them, if you don't shoot first, you let them shoot first, and then, things don't turn out the way that you necessarily want. So I think I'm going to shoot first.
I think like human idioms like don't really make sense in every context though, so probably, just accept that he sounded cool for like 3 seconds. That's what I'm gonna
The
guess.
proof is in the pudding.
This from the moth that used the phrase loosey-goosey in a conversation today.
We don't know that one. It's so good. Like only the coolest people are using it right now.
Yes, well, then I suppose everyone, we have our marching orders. Keep in touch and we'll link up after.
Sounds
Aye,
good,
aye.
Captain. Yes, aye, Captain.
I'm like, ready, break, and I hold up a high five to all four of them.
I never thought of that. That's so good. Everybody so Gunnan, you're kind of forearm crew. Gunnan, your task is probably the most straightforward. You find yourself a cyber cafe that advertises anonymous and secure connections, which will give you infosphere access to allow you to do what you need to do.
I just appreciate, like, there's a cafe named, like, Leech Street, like, 1337,
Yes.
I'm all like, no one will ever suspect me here.
You head in, and all I actually need from you is a computers check as you try to hack into the Absalom Station's medical servers and try to declare a recently deceased person.
Bold of you to assume I can't find a way to mess this up. However, I do have the feat four-handed hacker, so I just sit down and go full Ghost in the Shell here.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Let's see. That is going to be a 23.
23. It's going to take some time, but with all four of your arms working furiously, just smashing at the keyboards in a certainly comical fashion, you are confident that you will be able to convince Absalom Station that there was a recently deceased woman at the address that you were just at by the name of Saren.
The problem is I'm only actually hacking with 3 of the arms. The 4th arm is playing an old Minecraft emulator that I got from Haven.
Excellent. But with a 23 computers check, you find it's quite easy to keep up with both the game and your work.
Yep, excellent.
That's working smart, not working
3
hard.
busy hands, 1 Minecraft hand. Yep, all right. Hey, perfect.
Who is headed to the coroner's office?
Haven and
Kazka.
Haven and Kazka. All right, so following the directions from the contact info that Saren left for you before she waddled off, you soon come to a very understated Absalom Station government office. And inside you find a man. He's a human man, maybe 70 years old.
A human.
And
What a wide
there
variety
is
I've been getting.
nobody else in here. The office is otherwise empty. But as soon as you walk in, he seems like a little bit surprised to see anybody coming in here. But he just kind of waits patiently.
Hello, human.
Hello. Yes. Is this some kind of?
Oh, I'm here, Haven.
Yes, we are here for a business transaction. How much for one human body, please?
100 credits.
That seems doable, right?
Do we have 100 credits?
We have 100 credits.
How many credits do you have on you?
I don't
How many
know.
credits do I have? Is a great question. I don't think a lot.
I don't think I have.
I have a lot.
You do?
Haven is loaded. If
me
a
look it
body costs 100,
Haven has this.
So, and that's Haven's necromancer gritty origin story right there.
How many human bodies are available?
This guy's like, what are you looking for? Anything specific?
Human woman,
Okay,
I
that
believe
narrows it down a bit.
somewhere between 30 and 100.
No, more than 30. She looks like maybe she was almost 100.
Both eyes intact, the jelly-filled kind.
I mean, I have close to human eyes. What's that supposed to mean, Haven?
Oh, it's different than the eyes that occupy my face.
Oh, yes.
And I know what a human is. Don't worry. You'll get a
Oh,
human.
good.
A human woman older, right? We're 30 would be younger, so more on the 100 range.
Oh,
Yes, closer. White hair like me, but I'm not that old.
Excellent. Go find somewhere to sit for an hour, and then come around. There's an alley behind the building. When you get back there, you'll find a storage capsule, and that is the last I ever want to see of either of you. Sounds good.
if there is any way to expedite the service,
and Haven's gonna pay another 100 credits.
Ooh.
So he's like looking at the transfer of credits, and he's like, I do not like to break my own rules. Come with me. He actually takes you into into a morgue, and you see that he's looking over there, all of like the locker, the I don't know what they're called, the body lockers. Goes through a couple of them, pulls one open, pulls out the little the metal table on it, throws back plastic sheeting. You see an older human woman. Does it look like Saren? It's difficult to say. I mean, it's a human, and they're sometimes difficult to tell, but it should be fine.
yes,
will this
two
do?
arms, 2 legs. This does look human.
And jelly-filled eyes.
Mm.
Okay, this will do.
They'll
Thank you
take
so
it.
much.
To go.
Do you have a bag of some sort or some way of transporting the body with us?
All right. And he actually gets a body bag and puts the body in it. He's like, could one of you help me with this?
Oh, yes,
Oh.
yes.
Not me.
And I'll come over and I'll help.
So he lifts up the body, places it in the bag. Sorry, get out of here. I don't ever want to see either of you again.
Oh, wait. Do you have like some type of cool looking blanket? Well, because it looks like a body bag, so that's really suspicious.
Well, I was gonna have the storage capsule, but you all wanted this now. Hold on 1 minute. And he leaves the morgue, comes back a few minutes later, and he's like on a dolly. He's wheeling this big plastic and metal. It's a tank, basically, opaque from the outside, often used to just a shipping container, basically. So, all right, shove it in here.
Perfect.
Anything else I can help you with?
No, this is great. Thank
May
you
you
so
find
much.
individuality and freedom, human.
Yes. Nice to meet you, human. May you enjoy your bread and cheese.
I will never see you again.
I'm lactose intolerant.
What's that mean?
He doesn't like toes. Let's go.
Toes. Okay.
And I'll take the capsule out.
Sure. So you wheel the capsule out.
Yeah.
As you're wheeling out, as you're moving towards the front door, he like grabs your shoulder. He's like, no, out the back.
Ah, yes, the back door.
Sorry.
Mm,
We're just excited for the body.
we got
As you're
one.
saying that, he like slams the door to the alley,
Oh.
Ooh.
cutting you off, and you are now in this alley with a body in a capsule. What do you intend to do with the body? It does. You know that it's a human woman's body. You know that there was some. If you want to make it look like Saren, you could attempt a disguise check. If you just wanted to mutilate it beyond recognition, you could attempt, call it a medicine check to see if you could successfully make it unidentifiable.
I think the plan was to take it back to where they were staying, right? Like their domicile, and we were going to stage something there.
If you wanted to do that, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, sure.
So we'll make our way back with this body to where we all left from.
Sure. So you start heading back to the apartments where you met Saren. And that leaves our other two, who are looking for some shady individuals who might be able to help them with a new identity. If you are looking for a forged identity, if you don't want to forge it yourselves, I would allow probably a culture check or some kind of profession check to see if you could get in touch with somebody who might have the stuff that you need.
I'll do a culture check.
Yeah,
Sure.
can I also do one? Or do we just do one?
Yeah, no, you can both attempt it.
Okay. I have +5 culture.
Mm.
I mean, that's a 12. That's not really.
17.
17.
Cool.
Volterix, you know where to get a fake ID. That's not a problem. Maple seems a little lost, but she doesn't want to admit it, so she just keeps looking at you and agreeing with every time you say we should go here. She's like, "Oh yeah, definitely, totally, I knew that." But soon you end up in this old, smoke-filled dive bar. There are only a few patrons who give you sort of the stink eye when you come in, but they especially seem to not like you, Volterix. You just kind of walk in and nobody notices you, but people are definitely glaring at Maple.
Volterix, are they mad because I am not dirty, or like I don't understand why this place isn't clean.
Your outlook of life is confusing.
Well, I have a secret past that I'm never going to talk about, but I do understand what you're hearing here. Lord drop. Yeah, let's just like get in and out of here because it's like so gross. And if my wings get dirty, I swear to God, I'll burn this place down.
Okay. I guess come with me. And she'll just like walk over and find a shady dude.
Yeah, sure. Everybody here is shady. You know that there's an android sitting in the back corner who has an open terminal up before them, and as you approach and sit down at the table, he looks at you. What do you want?
We need an ID.
For whom?
Hi, I'm Maple. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Hello.
Shh, no.
Is it because you're poor
It's because
too?
I don't want to know anything about you.
Okay.
You want an ID? That's fine. Who is?
I'm gonna
who
call
made
you, Brad. So Brad, we are here on we're here on a super important mission, and Volterix thought that we should all go talk
Please
to you
stop
about
saying
it.
names. Please stop saying your names.
Volterix, can you deal with this? It's like a lot. It's like a lot.
Look, do you remember the woman's name? Because I'm not supposed to remember these things. Like, what do you expect?
Saren.
I don't
What,
need to
old
know. What is the name that's going to be
No.
on the ID? Like, who's this
Oh, we
for?
need to give the old lady a cool name. Okay, this is fine. All right, Volterix,
What is the
let's
information?
brainstorm.
It's the old lady. Okay, at least I've got an
Um,
age. Do you have an age range? Do we have species?
Do
Do
we
have-
like Deborah, or do we like Alessandra?
He's already typing. You can see like Deborah appear across the screen.
No, she has to have at least 4 names, or else she's not going to be like respected in her culture. I think is how humans work. So give her.
I don't
was
think
it something?
I
No.
don't-
Make her last name Volterix, because it'll be like. It'll be very good.
Oh God. Well, so you don't remember?
What? Oh, her name was Sarah. Her original name was Sarah. We can't name the person.
Okay. Okay. All right. Why don't
the same name?
Yes. Why don't I need to be paying more attention? Clearly, because it seems like I can't be that person in this group anymore. So, go ahead, give the name.
So we can't call her Volterix.
No. Oh God.
Okay. Okay. So what we're saying? Something. Alessandra. Esmeraldis. Need a last name. Barry. Nailed it. Okay.
He types in Deborah, Alessandra, Barry.
Just be great.
Don't forget Esmeralda. That was the third name.
He backspaces. Esmeralda.
Humans love having like 40 names. It's crazy.
Have you ever met a human?
Like a whole bunch.
Strange. Don't tell me anything about them. This is going to cost. You okay with that? 150?
Yeah, you got that, Maple, right?
Okay, so Volterix, like not on like the down low or whatever we call down low in space here. I might have overspent this month, so I don't have I'm not super liquid, if you know what I mean. Do you have any like blood money from all the killing you do?
So you're broke.
I'm not like super broke, but I do not have like 150 on me.
Fine. And Voltarix
Or-
will scan the credits.
You guys have so much money left to buy our equipment.
I don't.
You said 150, right?
Look at those outfits. That's why.
So much money on outfits. Before you,
Android is watching you two argue about this. He says, look, if you don't have any money, there is one other thing that I could use.
Oh my god, do you want to go on a date with me? Because I can kind of save you
No,
guys.
please, no.
Hey,
Look.
Jim, can I use the diplomacy and try this, please?
On the Android.
It's okay if you say no. You're the GM.
Oh, goodness.
Well, go ahead and make your diplomacy check. Let's see.
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Why not?
Starfinder, we're doing it. Oh my god, that is a 16 plus 4, so that's a 20.
Wow.
Romancing the Android.
Okay. Says, look, today's the release of the new Strawberry Machine Cake album. I wanted to get a copy, but there's a lot of people over there. Didn't really want to stand in line all day. I was kind of hoping that. I mean, if you want to go with me, that would be. I could.
Oh my god, yeah, we could totally skip the line. I know the person who owns that place, and he's like a total.
Oh, we don't even have to stand in line. That's fantastic. Yes.
Yes. So you can hang out with me and not stand in line. Those are two good things that could happen to you today. If you let us have
Okay.
this ID for free.
Don't you already have like 6 dates later?
I had one big one, but I can like maybe push it 15 or so.
Look, this line is really long. So are you sure that you can get to the front of it? Because.
Yes.
All right, fine. We'll do that. 7:30.
Table talk. Volterix, do you have intimidate or anything?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Cool. All right, that's how we're doing this. Okay, so we're gonna go do this real quick, and then we're gonna come back, and you're gonna make the ideas. Is that correct, Brad? Your name is Brad now.
Sure, that's fine.
Great. And we head to the place that sells the strawberry thing. Music.
Sure. You know that
Strawberry Machine
Strawberry
Cake?
Machine Cake is a very popular pop band. And you know that, I mean, there's music stores aplenty on Absalom Station. So you find yourself one, and sure enough, there is a line. And I mean, like, a long line. You could be here for 2 hours. And the big problem you fear is that even when you got to the front of that line, you're not even sure there's going to be albums left.
What's your grand plan?
The same thing I do when I go to any place with a line. Go to the front and intimidate.
What are you going to intimidate them with, your antenna?
Oh no, that's why I have you here.
Seriously?
Well, Terex, don't you want to be scary today? You said you wanted to be scary today. You can cut him a little. I won't tell anybody.
Oh my gosh, you are a bad influence.
I'm like pretty great though.
Voltarix will go toward the front, but very kind of Kristen Stewart hesitantly.
Mm-hmm. There's a guy. Basically, there's a guy in a space polo who's like standing at the door, and he's just like letting people in by ones and twos as other people are coming out of the store. And he sees you marching right up to the front. And he says, "Oh, hold on, ladies. There's a line here. It starts all the way around the block. Sorry, don't worry. There's enough copies for everybody. I think."
Hey,
Sure.
so my friend here, she said she wants to go out on a date with you, but you gotta let us in right now.
Roll a bluff check.
Can I help her with this bluff check by looking at
Yes, you
really
can.
pretty?
You absolutely can. Go
Flutter
ahead and
your
roll bluff
wings.
as well.
Change your
Radiant.
outfits. Yeah, radiant. Be
And
radiant.
try to assist Volterix.
What would I roll? Just a straight 20?
Your bluff.
Bluff. Okay.
Yeah.
That is 16 to help.
16, okay. And then Volterix, what did you get?
I got an 18.
An 18. Great. Okay, so with the bump from Maple, who is standing behind you, the guy, he sort of like straightens out his little space polo. He's like, "Oh, I'm really not supposed to let anybody cut in front of the line, but I do get off at 8:30 if you wanted to go out."
Oh, I think that's a great time for her, actually. She said she was super free, so yeah, thanks.
Actually,
Oh.
8:30 is perfect. Brad, let's do like a 7:45 and it'll be fine.
The guy in the space polo puts his arm out to block the next couple of people who are about to go in, and then he's like, go on in.
I walk in.
Okay. Once you're inside, the place is relatively uncrowded. You manage to grab a hold of a copy of the Strawberry Machine Cake album without too much trouble, and you head back to the old dive bar where Brad is just finishing out. He has a data pad in front of him, and as you pull up to the table, he's like, "All right, did you get it?"
Yes, well, Terex got it. Or sorry, my friend got it. You don't want it.
Yes, here.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's great. And he snatches the album out of your hand, slides the data pad across. He says, "These should hold up as good as new. You're good. You're good to go."
Thank you so much, and I will see you at 7:45.
7:45.
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
Decimar dating is like super fast. You guys are just like
Speed dating
15
for
minutes a
mob.
pop. It's speed dating, but
And as we said, Jem, everything we say in this game is canon now. So,
Decimar speed
sorry,
dating.
Paizo.
We don't make the rules except when we clearly do, in fact, make the rules. Yeah.
Except when we clearly make the rolls. So you, Haven and Kazka haul the body back to the apartment. Gunnan, you finish making the Absalom systems believe that there is a recently deceased old woman who lives at such and such an address by the name of Saren. And Volterix and Maple, you arrive with a new identity that you'll have to deliver to Saren when you meet her at Yatembe Park. But I believe that there was going to be an effort to stage a death. So please tell me all about this staged death at the apartment.
I feel like Kazka and Haven are just waiting in the apartment, like next to the body with excitement as people come in and be like, "We got it, we got it."
Yeah, it's there. It's squishy.
Hmm.
What is that smell?
Captain! Look at this body we have retrieved. Look how human it is.
And it's old.
Is it supposed to look all sunken in like that?
I believe that's what happens when bodies start to decay.
I've never stayed around long enough to see what happened afterwards. Like, usually after you all are done with them, they're still like, oh, not all.
Yeah, well, you should see what happens after 48 days.
Well, I manage, I think, to somewhat navigate the cause of death in her registry because I wasn't sure what you all were going to come back with, up to and including just bits and pieces of a human. So I defer to you all of what the final piece of our master stroke is. I, for one, say we should burn this thing to the ground, but that's up to you all.
Light it all on fire. Humans are quite flammable.
Yes, but then all that's left is ash. I don't think that's the brightest idea.
Well, then why did we get we like burst in the door, but then why did we get the corpse if we were gonna light everything on fire?
Oh, so that the corpse will be found. We could put it in a strategic location.
Yes, and it's a burned human corpse. It's less likely to be like, this looks nothing like her.
Can we just burn the face off?
Oh, yes.
I mean, that seems oddly specific, but again, I have no preference, however you all wish to proceed.
Well, hold on. Haven, how do they identify human bodies? What are things they look for? I feel like you would know.
Sometimes they will look at the jelly eyes, but these are decomposed. Sometimes they will look at the fingernails as they grow beyond the capacity of the human's ability for life. But sometimes they will look at the bones that protrude from their mouth flesh.
Terrifying that their skeleton erupts from their face in such a barbarous manner.
Just awful.
Well,
So,
maybe...
you need to get... Oh, sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say, maybe we can ask her what her favorite thing to do is around here and then position her however, and then... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she likes gardening and she could be gardening and her death is with a gardening tool.
Perhaps in the bed humans love to sleep, and then we light it all on fire.
Yes, she went to sleep and left her tea kettle on.
Oh.
There was a tragic malfunction, and bawoosh.
Yes.
Although,
humans love
storyteller, point of clarity, she lives in a freestanding structure, right? Like, this isn't like a high-rise apartment where we're going to kill like 70 people, right?
No, as long as you aren't using anything that's like high explosives, you shouldn't damage surrounding apartments. But and you also know that it's relatively difficult to actually burn down any of the apartments. A lot of like there's space age flame retardant materials in the works, so you could do significant damage to the body without actually burning down the structure that she's in.
Captain, is there any way you can hack into the system and put it into the fake ID, the same DNA makeup, so that they know it's the same match, just in case?
I could give it a shot, I suppose, but won't that require touching this desiccated husk you brought?
I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was going to say that.
I can try, yes. Either way, Saren is already no more.
Yes, and we got her a really good new ID. Her new name is going to be Deborah Alessandra Esmeralda Beth.
Oh.
What was the last one?
Barry.
Barry.
Barry, yeah, Barry.
Yeah, you have to like end it really casual, I think. It's how humans do it.
Barry is one of the witch weird noble houses. Yes, excellent, yes.
Wow. Did not know that.
It is now. Voltarix, again, you specialize in elimination. Does this seem to line up? A lady took a nap, kettle on, tragedy, bawoosh. Does this add up in your mind?
No,
Oh.
No.
not even
Ben.
a little bit.
We need a new idea.
How would
like-
you proceed in a way that looks a little less violent?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't necessarily usually I just kill them and then walk away. You know, I never really had to think about their dead bodies later.
This human, how exactly did it die? Like, we might be overthinking this. Like, if it's got a stab wound, well, there we have it. Or
We could examine the body for you. Haven, let's do it.
An autopsy.
you
I open
two
up the
deeply
capsule.
concern me.
This you all deeply concerned. This is getting
This got
so
weird.
This is so weird.
This is only our first of 3 jobs.
We're doing a job. This is the job.
This is the job.
You can make a medicine check. Anybody who would like
I
to
don't think I have
examine the
medicine.
body.
Nope, don't have medicine.
Not me.
Let me,
Ooh.
I'm science person. I don't know if I've got that or not. I do. I'm not bad at it either. Oh, I got a 27.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can tell that she very likely just died of old age, giving you any options that she
perfect.
wants. You know that it wouldn't be too difficult to, I mean, if you burned the body, make it difficult to identify over a long enough period of time. Somebody who dug deep enough would eventually figure out that this isn't Saren's body. But your main concern at this point is buying her enough time to assimilate in a new life and sort of disappear. So,
Haven, I don't mean to step on your egg sacs here, but
I do not have those.
I don't know what you've got in those other arms. You won't let me see them. I don't.
They are private for my private time.
I don't. You,
Well,
Haven, you can never say those words around me again.
Mhm.
That's it. That's the last time.
Well,
Mhm.
it seems like this old person's body just gave out. Like apparently, she was just, that's enough living. I'm going to die now. So, we have an embarrassment of riches of how to proceed now.
You just leave her.
In
But,
the
like-
bed?
Cut off the face, though, or are we not doing that anymore?
We should also dress her up in the same outfits she would wear.
I still vote fire, if only to obscure her appearance. But either way, we're burning up daylight here.
Yes.
Yes. I pull out my. Oh wait, no, I don't. Wait. I have my azimuth laser pistol. Does fire damage.
it sure does.
I'm like, I could just touch her up a little bit here. You know, maybe set her mattress on fire. You know, it'd be a simple thing.
Okay, sounds great. Did on our show, basically.
Yep. Slide her into bed. Put her in the old woman's clothes. Put her in the old woman's bed.
As it's happening,
like that.
Haven,
Yeah.
Haven's just watching like,
Captain, you are an artiste.
Yes.
I was gonna
Yes.
say, it's like Gunnan is like the birds and mice from Cinderella, like
yeah.
equally
But of
upsetting.
murder. Yeah, right. Take her her kettle and like use a knife to like kind of like fray the wires to make it look plausible.
Sure.
And then just once everybody's out of there, like, blam 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 whoosh until it goes up. Yeah.
To create a convincing scene, I will allow medicine in order to basically just make sure that you make sure the body's unidentifiable as possible. Deception to actually stage a scene that looks convincingly like a tragic death, or disguise to see if you can just make her look most like Sarah.
Here's the problem. Medicine and deception, I'm really great at both of those.
Yeah.
So I got a 27 on medicine. If I do deception, it's hang on, wait. If
You only
I
have to do
deception-
one of them.
Yeah. Oh no.
You only have
Oh
to
no,
do
no,
one of
no.
them.
But it's a 34 if I do deception.
Wow.
Does that?
I will be of no assistance when combat starts, but this part of it, this part's my jam.
This is
I'll do
the
it. I'll
key.
do a 34 to make this seem legit.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. So not only are you able to make sure that the fire is hot enough that the body is largely unrecognizable except to the most in-depth medical scrutiny, but you convincingly stage the scene so that, I mean, most investigators who aren't digging too deep would believe this was just a tragic accident in which this old woman perished. Unfortunate, but that's what it appears on the surface. You all
right?
know that as the fire spreads throughout the room, you'll have to hightail it out of there if you don't want to be seen. But you also have a meeting to get to at Yatembe Park. So what do you do?
Time to go.
Guidance, activate navigation to Yatembe Park.
Certainly. Is
Run
this
away
voice
from the fire
acceptable?
building.
But we don't look as it explodes. Or
Oh, yeah, very
whatever.
slowly, yeah. We should probably like split up and reconvene at the park in case
Yeah.
we're being watched.
Oh, yes, good idea.
Yeah.
Y'all
Haven,
split
I
up.
follow you.
You
I have the
all
directions.
I just extend my arm to Maple. I'm like, we look appropriately forearmed and fancy, I think.
Oh my god, totally! And I like make my wings really big.
To hide the fire.
Sort of like stroll. Yep.
And I imagine Voltarix just like blends into the shadows.
Yeah, except in the shadows, she extends her wings, which are way bigger than Maple's, just to flex.
I turn around. I see you over there. Looking good, girl.
We'll make our
Alright.
way to Tembe
So you
Park.
stage the murder. You split off. You head to Yatembe Park. You get there without any incident. Nobody stops you. Nobody seems to know that you were the cause of this small blaze in a relatively rundown apartment.
Could have been anyone, really.
Could have been anybody.
What a
Definitely
tragedy.
wasn't you.
Hmm.
There are many artificially forested areas for those in need of a pleasant stroll and some greenery, and Yatembe Park is one of the larger ones. The primary feature of the park is a bridge over a small brook, and as you are going through the park, keeping an eye out for Saren, that is where you find this woman. She is sort of looking out over the water as it passes beneath the bridge. What do you guys do?
The job is done. You're dead. Not you,
Oh.
but the you.
That's wonderful. I'm glad to see. Who am I now?
Someone very cool and definitely human.
Mm.
Your new name is Deborah Alessandra Esmeralda Gary.
Interesting. I don't know that I would have gone with 4 names myself, but you know what? I trust your judgment.
Well,
As
fancy
she
like
is-
4 names.
As she is talking, I would like everybody to make a perception check.
Uh-oh.
Guys, what did we do? Just a murder. Come on.
16.
22.
It was on a natural 20 and then rolled off of it. I'm like, 18.
18. Was that all? Am I missing somebody?
Me, I just can't find it. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Where's perception on the sheet?
It's in skills.
Skills.
It's in skills, yeah.
I see it. Da-da. 4.
4.
You're still preoccupied with her wings. You know, I get it.
Everybody who had above a 15, you notice that emerging from some of the surrounding artificial brush, there are a number of armed, relatively otherwise nondescript looking humans who are trying to encircle the bridge and trap all of you on it. And you note that all of them have pistols drawn. Nobody has said anything or done anything, but you spot this danger. And we should roll initiative.
Oh no!
The
Right.
betrayal from
Yes.
Now that was a natural 20 that time.
Mine did what yours did. It went to 20, then 8.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's a 10.
I got 10 for.
So I have 20,
Casca,
20, 25 total.
25
of a natural
for
20.
Gannon,
16 for Maple.
16 for Maple.
Haven has a 7.
Oh.
Oh, Haven.
It's fine.
And 12 for me.
Ooh, all right.
My crack crew.
We're not ready.
Those of you who saw the approaching hostiles, you all will get to act in the surprise round. Those of you who rolled below a 15 on your perception checks don't notice what's happening and will not get to act. However,
How do you want to
those
go if we got a 15?
that meets, yeah, if you meet the DC, then yeah, that works.
Mhm.
So the first person to go in the surprise round, approaching the bridge and trying to cut everybody off. If you go over to the Roll20 map, you'll be able to see this fun little bridge and all of the mercenaries that are going to start to make their way over to you. One of the mercenaries is quickly approaching the bridge, and they will just take a move to get there. And then next up again, we're still in the surprise round. That is going to be Gunnin.
Hey. Roll 20 question. Our pictures are all like obscuring the map. I can't see anything. Is there a way for me to get rid of those?
Oh, yeah.
I might not have.
Obscuring
the map. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you go to the settings, you can turn your pictures. There's a setting that is names only.
Under chat avatars.
Yeah. If you go into settings and then scroll down a little bit, about halfway through, there's player video avatar size. And there's a drop down there that you can select names only, and that should take care of that problem for you.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. So there's one who's right here behind me, right?
Yeah, there's a guy who very quickly approached. He's got a pistol down to the side.
Can I tell anything about him? Like, I mean, you said he just looks like a dude. Like he's not wearing like a Starfinder uniform or anything, correct?
Make a culture check.
Well, is that going to be my whole action, or can I look at it just quickly? Kind of.
No,
okay, all right.
This is not an action.
That was a less good roll. That is going to be 16.
16.
Mm-hmm.
You do see that all of the approaching hostiles are wearing gray jackets with Teferix, a Teferix logo emblazoned on the front. You don't know what Teferix is, but it's not Blue Rise, and it's not the Starfinder Society. You know that much.
And they're armed, so they're going to get rolled up. Last question. If I do something as a full action, does that mean I do not have a bonus action?
Yeah, a full action would be the entirety of your move and standard.
Perfect. Then I'm going to actually, last question to my last question. Where is our the package relative to us here? Where's the old woman on the bridge?
The old woman. Don't have it. Oh, she's basically right next to Haven, or right between Maple and Volterix.
Okay, but she's on the bridge. Okay.
Oh, cool, she was right there, ready to. She was taking the false ID.
Excellent, perfect. Then when I clock everything that's going on, and we're all just like, "Yay! All right, here's your new life." Excuse me, everyone. I whip around in full action magic missile this dude who's right here. I'm like, pow. Yep.
Nice.
Do I have to declare him as the target of all three, or can I see if I drop him before?
You can switch targets. I would say that at the casting of the spell, you would have to declare each of your targets.
Okay.
Since they all technically fired simultaneously.
Actually, deal 2 fire, can't target single. Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and put I'm gonna put 2 in his chest, and then I'll put the third one. I'm gonna go like full dark side with the Omega beams. I'm gonna shoot this dude twice, and then like whip all the way around and shoot a missile that like goes through everybody and hits the dude down in the trees. Kind of that's about 7 o'clock. Like pow pow. Yep. So that is 2d4 plus 2 on one of them, and 1d4 plus 1 on the other. So I put a whopping 8 points of damage on this first guy.
All right.
Yeah.
Damage.
And
blast in the chest.
And 4 on the guy at the other side of the bridge. I'm like, heads up, we've got company. Yep.
All right. Everybody now notices that there is trouble brewing. And after Gunnin, where's my thing? I had it up.
Also, that dude is still standing after the 2?
Yes, he looks pretty badly shaken up, but he is still standing.
Here's your chance to run, friend. The next one won't miss either. That's it for me.
Right. Sure. One of his buddies who saw this happen, rather than trying to approach the bridge at this point, is actually just going to snap a bolt of electricity from his pistol that comes arcing over and right at you, Gunnin.
Ooh.
And against your EAC, that is going to be 14.
Okay.
My EAC is 12. That's a hit.
Well, that's a hit. So you get blasted with this bolt of electricity. You feel a numbing sensation spread throughout your shoulder. You take 3 points of non-lethal damage. But that is all he can do in the surprise round.
Does
Then we
that
move
come?
on.
Does that come off of my stamina or hit points?
Stamina first. Stamina
Okay.
first. After that, Maple, did you roll high enough on perception? No, I don't think you did.
That was the 4 on perception.
Yeah, so you are like, all this stuff starts happening all around you, and you're like, what's going on? And then you see Gunnan just get blasted with an arc of electricity as somebody from across on the western side of the bridge actually doesn't level a shot. He's going to move closer to the bridge. You can see that these mercenaries are starting to surround the lot of you. And after him, it is Volterix. I don't remember what your perception was on that.
I think it was a 12.
A 12. So you're not quite aware just yet, but you can tell things are getting hairy. Kazka would be next after that.
Okay.
And Kazka noticed.
Yeah, I did
Kazka
notice. Okay, so I'm going to... Did the captain touch this one that I'm pinning?
Yeah, the guy that you're pinging, he just got blasted. He looks like he's woozy on his feet and might go down
Okay.
any minute.
I'm going to... Sorry, let me grab the right tool. Where are you? Why aren't you moving? Actually, I can't move my character.
You don't have? Okay, where do you want to move him?
I'm going to move in front of that guy.
All right. You should be able to move them now.
Okay, I'm going to attune my moat to Photon.
Sure.
Start attuning. You're going to see Kazka's armor just start to from the heart out. It's just going to start projecting this fiery glow like a black hole of hexagonal shapes all over her armor. And then I have quick draw. Does that also go for the sword as well, Jim?
Yeah, sure. You got quick draw. You can quick draw anything. So you just like shing, swords in your hand without even a.
And I'm going to strike.
Okay.
I'll try to strike. Let's see. 11. So 17, 18.
Yeah, you got him. You bring the sword right across his jaw, his chest. He doesn't even look like he's wearing anything more meatier than station wear.
So that's 10 points.
Oh gosh, yeah, and he goes down after getting blasted by Gunnan and then slashed across the chest. He just drops.
Great. And then I just stare next to my next victim.
All right, you give a deadly stare, and we move to Haven. Haven,
Yes.
I don't remember if you noticed or not either.
Yes, Haven did. So
All right.
they're gonna move, just take a 5-foot step closer to where the old woman is, and take a defensive position, sort of protecting her.
Sure,
And
forming a blockade.
Exactly, and draw out their pistol.
Sure.
Oh, I forget what it's called. The semi-automatic pistol.
Nice.
So with that, that's the action of drawing it.
Yeah. And then guarded. So the 5-foot step is a guarded step in Starfinder, which is also a move action. So 2 move actions, which takes us to the end of your turn and into round 1 proper. The guy who would be first up in line is already down on the ground, bleeding from a massive hole in his chest. So Gunnan, you are actually first to go as the combat gets underway.
Perfect. Okay. Fourth fault. For every 2. Okay. All right. I'm just checking one thing about what I do here. Yeah. Okay. I still only have the 1 attack. All right. So, I'm going to target the. Sorry. So many windows.
Yeah. Tabs.
Yeah.
This so she dropped that dude that she's next to. So there is a guy that's near the other end of the bridge, but has not come on the bridge currently, correct?
Are you talking about that guy who's like standing at the edge of the western edge of the bridge? Yeah, he's standing right there. You have a good line of sight on him. And
I I'm gonna point at him, and I'm gonna hit him with a clever feint.
Oh,
Ooh.
So, I believe. Well, I gotta. I have to make a bluff check. So I guess I have to make a bluff check against him, but I got a 31.
Wow. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he has no idea what you're doing.
So he's flat-footed against my attacks and everyone else's. And for
Wow.
my move action, I'm gonna use get him. So we all have +1 bonuses to attacks against him as well.
so good.
So I just whip around and I point at him and I say, "Him, burn him down." And that's
That's
it.
why you're the captain.
That's why the captain says, "Get that guy." Everybody who attacks that exact target at the western end of the bridge is going to get a +1 bonus from get him.
Mhm.
If you do choose to attack somebody else, just remember you won't get that bonus.
And he will be flat-footed.
And he is flat-footed.
Nice.
So then we move on to the guy that shot you, Gunnin, is gonna move deeper into cover. He's just gonna take a guarded step back, but he
Mhm.
still has a good line of sight on your friend Kazka, and he's gonna try to blast her with his pistol. An arc of electricity comes out, striking at your EAC. That is going to be 19.
No.
Yes. That hits.
All right, you get blasted by another numbing bolt of electricity, Kazka, and that is going to deal 2 points of non-lethal damage. So again, that all comes off of stamina first.
Thank you.
He guarded stepped, he fired, which takes us to our next person in line, which is going to be Maple. Maple, things are happening around you. It's a problem.
Oh, we're doing something! Yay! I kind of look up and like after the whole wing flex situation with Volterix. Okay, I'll help, and I move just in front of Volterix. I can't move my person. If I could please move people,
It's
just in
all
front.
right.
Great.
I tried to make sure that everybody had permissions before we started this, but apparently that just didn't stick.
No
I got it.
worries.
Okay, hello, I'm here. So I'm actually going to attack the one farther away because I'm going to use magic and I don't want to waste my attack thing. Don't know how to ping, so I'm not going to do that, but the one that's farther away on the left side.
If you want to ping something, then you can just hold click wherever you want to ping. The only thing that I would say is that from where you are, the side of the bridge would actually give that guy would have just a little bit of cover from you, which will raise his AC a little bit, but it's not an impossible thing. I'm just letting you know.
I don't think it matters because it's a spell, right?
It depends on if there's an attack roll with the spell. Some spells like Magic Missile hit automatically.
Oh, right.
Others do require a.
Let me just tell you, I want to cast Junk Shard.
Okay.
And it's there's nothing to attack. It just hits reflex save.
A reflex save. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll make a reflex save.
And the DC is 14.
14. Well, that's a total of an 8, so I'm not gonna make it.
Yay! I did something.
Yay!
Yeah.
Maple lets loose all 4 of her arms really wide, and her wings start to sparkle as you see a rip in space just open up like a weird paper going whoop, and outside of that rip, a bunch of just kind of broken swords from a different dimension come flying out and hurling at this guy, and they take 3d6 damage. That is
Wow.
9, 10, 11.
We call that one the Gilgamesh.
And while I'm casting, my eyes get all crazy, and I just start screaming, "Ah!" And you tell I'm not there anymore. That happens. And then I finish and just go, "Okay, doing great, team."
How much damage did you deal?
Sorry, 9, 10, 11.
Okay. Well, he is dead. He just there's just
Nicely done.
18 random swords that appeared out of nowhere that are now stuck in his chest, and he falls down. He dead.
I look at my 2 murder buddies. Aren't you proud of me?
Excellent turn, Maple. After that, it is the guy who stepped up to the western end of the bridge's turn. He, in a panic, is going to fire right at you, Maple, seeing this hole in time and space open up and not knowing what to make of it. But he is so badly shaken by what he saw that he gets a total of a 10. And I don't think that's going to hit your EAC.
Nope. My EAC is 14.
And he misses, so his bolt of electricity goes wide, not striking you at all. And he actually will use his move action to turn tail and start running across the park.
No.
He's had enough of this and
What
wants
a
no part of it.
chicken.
Indeed he was. Volterix, it is your turn.
So after witnessing what Maple just did by like pulling swords from the earth, which was incredible, Voltarx is just gonna kind of turn to her and be like, cool. And then she's gonna like reach behind her wings and just pull out this gigantic sniper rifle. It's almost like comical that she's gonna hit a target so close to her with her sniper rifle. And I'm gonna aim for the running guy.
Okay. Shoot him in the back.
Can't escape me.
You get a +1 because that's who Gunnan said
That
to get
is
him.
the guy.
That is the one, and he's
Indeed.
flat-footed
Get him,
against
guy.
her.
Oh,
So
no.
negative 2 AC to him.
Well, it's not gonna do anything.
Oh no! What'd you get?
I rolled a 1.
Oh!
So
Oh
Oh,
no!
please don't hit Maple.
that's
Worst
gonna
possible
be.
result.
Did you say I get a +1 on top of it? So the total would be 8.
Once you've rolled a natural 1, the total
Yeah.
is irrelevant. That is an automatic miss, and it looks like Maple's standing right in front of you. So you just put the barrel of the rifle right against the back of her head and pull the trigger. Her
You're
head
so mean.
explodes. It's
No,
over.
no.
I will avenge you,
You did
Maple.
that. You
I will
all
avenge
watch
you.
Volterix just kill
Stop.
her.
Jim,
do
no.
that.
Jim, no. Not
Okay.
first.
But I get another shot, right? So
No,
No?
you don't.
Oh,
you would need to
okay.
take a full action, but you drew your rifle. So, however, on subsequent turns, when you have a weapon in your hand, you can take a full attack, which would be two attacks, but at a -4 to each one. So just keep that in mind if you do want to do that for future rounds. So yeah, okay, fine. You don't blast Maple in the back of the head, but Maple, she pulls out this rifle and it is uncomfortably close
Misfires.
to you, and like there's like this explosion next to your head, and your ears are
Oh, I have
definitely
tinnitus?
ringing. You definitely have tinnitus now. It's gonna be a real scene on your dates now.
Oh.
Kazka, it is your turn.
Oh, it's my turn again? So quick.
It sure is.
All right. This guy here, I'm going to run towards him
Yep.
and I'm going to try and strike.
I just imagine a Kazka like dashing forward is terrifying.
She's like,
Probably.
no, probably not. That's a 5 on the die plus my 7,
Okay, 12.
8, 9, 10. Yeah, 12. 12?
12 against KAC is exactly what you needed. That is
Yeah!
full damage.
Okay.
And these guys are not wearing armor practically.
Great. Oh, max damage 8 plus 6 plus 1. That's how math. Oh my god.
15.
Thank you. Thank you.
15 points of damage. So yeah, a charging Kazka is indeed terrifying. You just charge forward, laughing maniacally, your armor aglow with a fiery light, and this guy doesn't even like know what to do. He's just standing there as you just ram your blade all the way through his abdomen, explodes out the back, and then as you pull it free, he collapses in a screaming heap, and he is dead.
Bye bye.
Bye indeed. At this point, it is the final mercenary's turn, and he. Oh no, it's not his turn. Sorry, he went earlier in the round. I don't. No, because my guy just died, so I don't have anything else to do. It's Haven's turn.
Sorry.
Haven is going to take a page out of Volterix's book and level the pistol that he drew at this one that's running away.
Yeah. What is the range on that pistol?
That is
just out of curiosity.
Great question, and I was it's 30 feet. So
okay.
would I be able to take it at either 2 shots at a disadvantage, or I could move closer?
Yeah, you could do either one. He is so if you have a 30-foot range, he's 1 range increment outside your range, so you can still fire at him at a -2 penalty. If you wanted
And
to fire
since-
twice from where you are, it would be a total of -6 then.
Got it. Since we have the +2 bonuses on this particular person, it evens out, right?
It'd be a +1 against that guy.
Oh, okay. I'll take it from where I am.
All right, sure. You fire off a shot at a total of -5 then.
Okay, so it was a
What do you
19
spot
on the 19 on the die. So let's do that now. -5 is 14 plus my ranged attack, which I'm gonna pull up right now. It is
Regardless, you're gonna get him. He's like his
+5.
EAC is like I know you got him, so it's all
Yeah.
good.
Ew, so that first shot goes up and it's a 1d6, so that's 4 points of damage.
Ooh, he takes a needle to the back, stumbles
Piercing.
forward as he's running, piercing damage. And then you were going to fire twice, so go ahead and roll
Yep.
again.
Up, and this is what is this subtracting?
Again,
First,
both
second.
shots, it's the same penalty. So when you fire twice, it's the same penalty. It just gets applied to both shots. So this one is at a -5 as well.
Okay, so 17 minus 5 is 12, plus my 5 for range is 17. Hits again.
That's going to get him. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Ooh, 6.
Nice.
6 points of damage. So he's just like, you can see blood welling out of the wounds in his back now. He is like screaming and running and trying to get away from you as fast as he can.
You can see the antenna fall in sort of disappointment because Haven totally thought they had him.
Now you had him. That is the end of the round, and we go back up to the top of it with Gunnin. You can see that one of your enemies is fleeing. One of them looks like he's about to try to follow suit and get away. This doesn't look like it's going well for them at all.
The one that's almost getting away, is he still within 80 feet?
From where you are, let me measure that real fast. He is 70 feet away from you.
I just see Haven and I look a little sad and I'm all like, oh, excellent. Thank you for softening him up for me. And I mark him with get him.
Okay.
And to attack, range 2, 3. So it's a 22 to attack him.
Oh, yeah, you got him.
For a whopping 4 points of damage. I think my get him only helps me hit him, not damage.
It just helps with the attack, right?
Yeah.
But he's already been blasted so much that 4 points is enough to take him down. As he's fleeing, he just falls over face first in the dirt.
And catches on fire. And I just look at Haven and I say, they won't be able to identify him either, friend.
Not even by the fleshy mouth bit.
And that is it for me.
That is it. It is now the last standing mercenary's turn. He drops his pistol and puts his hands up, and he's like, okay, yeah, we're done. I'm done, man. I don't know, man. It's fine. Just let me go. It's fine. I'm not gonna tell anybody. I don't care about this anymore. This isn't worth it. I was just trying to make some money.
I draw both guns and I point them right at him, and I just say, Voltarix, Casca, would you two terribly mind extracting all the necessary information out of this fellow for us?
Certainly, Captain.
And then she just charges forward to go grab him by the arm.
Yeah, he doesn't even resist. He's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. All right. What do you want? What do you want to know? Look, we were just here that we detected the hack from Blue Rise. We thought we could make a quick score, take the old lady, sell them to we're not even with Blue Rise. We just trying to make some money. We thought it would be an easy score. Clearly, we were wrong. That's fine. I don't want to be part of this. I'm done.
Who do you work for?
We're an independent outfit, man. We're just hired guns.
Yeah, and why are you targeting us?
I'm not targeting you. We don't care about you. We didn't even know you were going to be here. It's the old lady. We detected the hack. We thought we could sell her to Blue Rise. They'd pay a lot of money for somebody that broke into their systems.
I look at Gunn and I go,
Well, he's useless to us. Should I just kill him?
Yeah, he's
No,
a
no, you
human
don't. I wouldn't
trafficker.
do that.
That's and I get all 4 thumbs down.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I did my thumbs down too.
Yeah.
Everyone with 4 arms, use them.
Green thumbs down.
So does thumbs down mean yes or no?
It means
I think
do
it means
your
let me
worst.
go. I think it means I get to go.
I just point at him and I mark him with get him. Nope, get him.
Get him.
I'll look at Voltarix and be like,
Would you like the honors?
And Voltarix will shoot her sniper. She doesn't even have to move. She could reach over there.
Yeah, I mean, you just execute the guy who at this point is basically held in place by Kazka. At this point, Saren, who has been like crouched down
Not
on the
Saren.
bridge.
No, there's Saren is
Not
dead.
Saren
sir.
anymore. No, Deborah.
Deborah.
Deborah stands up.
Miss
She
Berry,
looks
if you ask
around.
me.
Actually, if you put the first letters of all of our names together, it's Daeb. So we kind of named her Deeb.
Dave.
Hello, Dave. I will look at her and I say, I know that might have seemed cruel, but it was important that no witnesses saw that you were in fact still alive.
She says, well, I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I might,
Data, please.
What was the? Oh, yes. She hands you a data stick. This is everything that my younger personality got is on this. I believe that concludes our business.
What of that other boy that you had with you? He is still very much alive, as far as we know.
It's unlikely that Blue Rise will go after him. They would really seek me out, but perhaps, well, I believe the Starfinders are looking for new recruits, are they not? Perhaps you could get
Actually,
him a position?
Let me stop you right there, because the good news is our transaction is concluded and his life is no longer our problem. We're needed elsewhere, so...
Yes, then Maple has many dates to attend tonight. Speed dating.
Yes.
So I do have like 3 now, so
A 3. Oh.
racking them up.
I do radio back to Historia 7 that we have what we came for.
A few moments passes and she responds with a voice message. It says, that is acceptable. I've been keeping apprised of your situation. You've done very well. The mess in the park, excessive, but within parameters of acceptable loss. You do have the data, correct?
What can I say? Those Blue Rise agents are barbarians, what they did to those poor men.
Indeed, I concur and acknowledge.
Should we deliver it to you or proceed to our next locale and give it to you when we come back in for debriefing?
I will send a drone. You have other business to attend to.
Thank you, Historia 7. And I look at the others. So what now? Radazam or Zivajix? Jizvizizes. Zigvizjiz. Zizvizjiz.
I don't know if that's it.
Maybe let's go to the one that we can pronounce.
This is
Fair.
Good plan. Good plan.
Radazam, indeed.
Guidance.
We begin.
Open up navigation to Radazam.
What was that voice?
Navigation.
A new blue line appears on your Maps app, leading you towards a rather fancy locale in Absalom Station, known as Naori Palisades. As you are making your way there, indeed a drone actually flies down and is sort of keeping pace with you for a moment. A port opens up and you hear a mechanical voice that says, please insert package.
Is it Friday already?
Oh,
and
gross.
put it up there. Yep.
13.
As you do, a second port opens up and a cred stick pops out, as well as a data jack. It says, payment, take payment.
Yeah, excellent.
All right. You have a standard data jack in your inventory, and you see that the cred stick has 200 credits loaded onto it.
Ah,
That pretty much reimburses you for the money that you spent, right?
On the human bodies.
How many did you get?
We had more.
One? No, just one.
Okay, I just double checking you're not hiding bodies around.
Would you really want to know?
Or am I?
Oh no. Okay, no, don't want to know. Never mind. We're gonna put this in the same closed door as the other arm thing that we're not talking about.
Ah.
The drone flies away. and you make your way towards the Nyori Palisades, leaving a trail of mutilated bodies and burned apartments behind you. And it is at this point that we will take a short break and come back to finish out the rest of your first day on the job as Starfinders in the second half of our Scoured Stars premiere. We will see all of you out there in just a few minutes. We are going to take a little break.
Hey there. Huh? You, with the wet sponge. You're late. We were supposed to meet at Blue Rise Tower. I need your help.
My help?
Yes, you. Just ask... Hold on. Alexa, open the Starfinder game. You know we can't pull off this hostile takeover without you. Now come on!
I've got your back.
Join the adventure.
Paizo's newest releases arrive at your favorite local game store and Paizo.com on February 24th. The Pathfinder Lost Omens Ancestry Guide places the spotlight on the ancestries and heritages of the Inner Sea, like Genekin, androids, kitsune, sprites, and more, providing information on their cultures and place in the world and more with 350 new ancestry feats to round out any character concept. The Pathfinder Advanced Player's Guide is now available in Pocket Edition. This full-color softcover rulebook contains the Investigator, Oracle, Swashbuckler, and Witch classes, plus new ancestries, backgrounds, heritages, and feats. New adventures for Pathfinder and Starfinder are now available. A time-displaced alchemist hires the characters to clear out his former master's abode, which has become infested with oozes over the intervening millennia in Pathfinder Bounty Cleanup Duty. This one-hour adventure is easily placed into any fantasy campaign. The Pathfinder Adventure Path Abomination Vaults continues with Hands of the Devil, in which the heroes explore a sprawling mega-dungeon to stop an ancient evil from extracting its monstrous vengeance. The White Glove Affair continues the Fly for Your Die adventure path for Starfinder, in which players take on the role of a merchant crew with an experimental starship, trying to get rich, escape interplanetary assassins, and outwit their rivals. If you're looking for more standalone, single-session adventures for your game, discover these new Pathfinder Society and Starfinder Society releases. Each can be easily adapted for an evening of tabletop gaming. Snakes in the Grass dispatches Pathfinder player characters to secure agreements with the Hobgoblin Nation. It's all up to the characters to make a strong impression with the Hobgoblins, all while foiling any attempts of a rival organization to make inroads of their own. Called to the city capital, a group of Pathfinders quickly find themselves assigned to investigate a clandestine fighting tournament taking place in the streets in a gilded test. Pathfinder Adventure Path Lost in Flames. A group of heroes must uncover the truth behind what is happening around the ruins of a Cyclops city and begin putting a stop to a plan set in motion thousands of years ago. In the Starfinder adventure Clone Batch Catastrophe, the heroes discover an automated system that has produced clones of a single person to populate most of the large underground cavern. Can the Starfinders uncover the source of the malfunction and save the vault's residents before it's too late? In Secrets and Stillness, the Starfinders travel to a Kasathan world ship to follow a bloody trail left by a clever killer, and, if they aren't careful, risk becoming the enigmatic predator's next prey. Whether your party is looking for contacts in the criminal underworld or fleeing from an angry thieves guild, the Pathfinder Flipmat Classics Red Light District is the perfect accessory for your urban encounters. Aliens and NPCs come alive on your tabletop with the Devastation Arc Pawn Collection, featuring more than 100 creature pawns with a Starfinder adventure path of the same name and easily adaptable to any tabletop science fantasy RPG. Stage the scene for epic science fantasy adventures with the Starfinder Flip Tiles Alien Planet Starter Set. This boxed collection of map tiles can be used to construct never-ending extraterrestrial jungles full of strange hazards and deserts teeming with bizarre fauna, providing tons of options for planetary encounters. And finally, 5 new alien species await you with Starfinder Alien Character Cards. Whether you're a player who wants an easy reminder of your character's racial traits or a game master looking to quickly populate a Katina on a distant world, This deck features beautiful full-color art and PC-focused rules references. Find your path to friendship and adventure with these new releases and more at Paizo.com and your favorite local game store.
So, you used to work for Edge Corp, huh? Taking it to the edge and all that. You were just a long hauler, shipping cargo from one planet to another for low pay, worse benefits, and the promise of a bonus that never showed up. Now, you're your own boss, looking for cargo you can buy for cheap and sell for bank. Jobs are everywhere. Absalom Station, sure, but the Vescarium too. Near space, even the Vast. Get used to the drift, cause you're gonna be flying long hauls. And some of the things that live in that place, they don't like visitors. I heard Edge Corp is still after you. Something about a stolen ship? And the Golden League is after you too? You got a long list of enemies, hotshot. You better start making some friends. Cause if there's one thing I've learned in a lifetime of carrying freight, it's that every bill comes due. If you really want to be free to go where you want, do as you please, you're gonna have to settle up with these people. And revenge ain't cheap. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Gather your crew and prepare to embark on the journey of a lifetime as you explore the packed worlds of the Starfinder universe, taking on the role of a science fantasy hero customized to fit your playstyle. But danger lurks amongst the stars. Will you fight back with advanced weaponry and cunning tactics? Or will your hero wield the devastating forces that fuse magic and technology together to alter reality? Your crew must come together if you have any hope of victory. In Starfinder, every decision drives the adventure as you build an epic saga with your friends. Bring your story to life in a game where the fate of the worlds rests on the answer to the most important question of all. What do you do? Begin your journey into the Starfinder universe today with the Starfinder Beginner Box, now available at Paizo.com, your local gaming store, and anywhere else adventure can be found.
We're back. We did it. We took our break, and now we're ready for some more Starfinder, which may include a lot more cold-blooded murder than I was initially prepared for. But you know what? Hey, that's what we're all here to see, right? Burn it down, murder everybody. That's the Starfinder way. That's what the society is all about. I don't know. And whatever I say is canon. So.
Oh God.
Let's stop looking at me. That's boring. I want to talk to all my players.
I
we should have come back so soon. No, BJ wasn't ready. Oh no, I ruined everything.
Oh no.
He's back now.
All right,
He's back.
We've done it. We're back.
I believe you misspoke, Jim Jam. It was warm-blooded murder. All of the humans are warm-blood. A common mistake.
But you, the murderers, are cold-blooded.
I see.
It's a human thing.
Actually, the idiom is wrong. I have studied humans, so you might not understand.
Oh, well, that's fair. That's fair. I don't have the same technical background on humanity that you have.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys had just completed a mission for Historia 7, and you have at least 2 other meetings on the docket. One to meet with Radazam, and one to meet with a guy whose name you can barely pronounce, Zigijix. You've decided to go with the one that you can pronounce, Radazam, which has taken you to a very pleasant sort of probably a place where Maple feels more at home, an area of Absalom Station known as Niori Palisades. Your navigation assistant guidance has taken you to a office building marked as the Obsidian Spiders LLC Security Forces.
Oh.
And when you enter, the door, as soon as you approach the doors, they slide open to reveal a stark and dimly lit room. The chamber is actually pretty bleak and expressionless in its emptiness. No vanities line its smooth black walls, and no signs of use mar its smooth black furniture. Behind an onyx desk sits an armored Vesk, who sees you enter and gives you a nod. There's a new blood. Welcome. Here to uphold our society's sacred tradition of inducting new members with chores to see how you handle yourselves. Just so happens I have one, so please come and sit.
I prefer to stand.
Whatever.
I'll have a seat.
Yeah, and we'll go in the
Oscar's
same
gonna
position.
stand behind the door.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah, the same
Just sort of file
formation.
in.
Same formation.
As
as you all are
enter
meeting.
And as you make yourselves as comfortable as you can in the office, the Vesk puts a data pad down. Says, "All right, reading
Can you
news
do me
reports."
a favor and physically describe them? Just until I get familiar with all of the alien species.
Yeah, Radazan, Vesk are basically big, hulking lizard guys. He's got a green, scaled skin with sort of an iguana-like face. Yeah.
Thank you, Paizo.
He's heavily armored, you can see. Even though he's just sitting in his office, it must be part of his business model is to look intimidating at all times, even when he's just doing paperwork behind a desk.
Nice.
As you guys make yourselves comfortable and get acquainted with the office, he sets this data pad down. He says, "Seems there was quite a disturbance in the park today. Interesting.
Haven't heard anything about it.
I'm sure. Bring it up because I am the head of the Acquisitives, the faction of the Starfinder Society that is most concerned with appearances. We seek fame and fortune, all to uphold the public status of the society, of course. Well, To that end, there is a junior member who has made quite a public spectacle of herself, and has become something of a problem for me. This Labani is a mechanic from the Spike, and she got into a public spat with a junk racer from the Salvage Union, a Yosoki who calls himself Rat Rod. She got drunk and told him junk racing was a 2-bit game for kids, said that any mechanic with enough screws and wires could cobble together a racer and beat a pro. Naturally, Rat Rod was furious, and worse, he was streaming the altercation. Publicly took the challenge to an audience of about 100,000 viewers, and so now the Society's reputation is on the line. These days, that happens to matter quite a bit more than usual. Labani is deep in over her head. She's never run a junk race in her life, so I want you to head down to Bot Scrap and see if there's anything you can do for her. Help her put together a racer, sabotage the competition, pit them against each other, build an alliance with one or two of the other racers. I don't really care. Just see that this race isn't a total embarrassment by the end of it for the Society. Does that sound like something you might be able to handle?
Yes.
Question, because I know it is going through some of my associates' minds. If something unfortunate were to befall Rat Rod and the race just didn't happen, would that also scratch this particular itch?
Everybody is going to need to survive this one. It's a race. It's not a gunfight.
Oh, knife fight. What about my longsword?
Yes, I mean, just again, he can live. What about his legs? He doesn't need those.
This will be a rather public event. I believe that our reputation would suffer quite a bit if we were to act like common mercenaries for this one.
I mean, we've lost 3/4 of our forces. What's one more junk racer to the old Reparino, right?
I'm trying to put it nicely, but don't kill anyone. Those are
right. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Yes, the nuance of the common tongue eludes me on occasion. Do not harm anyone, but win a race that none of us are qualified to participate in. Excellent. Sure.
Do any of you have any experience in engineering?
I am an excellent pilot.
I have a background in engineering.
I have a background in killing.
I think I'd be really good at like being one of those girls that does the flag at the beginning of the race.
You would, absolutely. Those wings would be unmissable.
Right? Yes.
The junk racers are known to be a rather competitive lot. You might find that talking to some of the other ones, you might be able to either A, put them off their game, or B, actually form an alliance. Not all of them are big friends of Rat Rod's. Those of you who know what you're doing with wires and gears might be able to actually help Labani put together a junk racer that could stand up to the competition. And for those of you looking for something a bit more exciting, while your orders not to kill anyone still stand, I would say that if you were to be able to, without being noticed, sabotage one or two of the competitors' racers, it might satisfy a little bit of that, I don't know, whatever excitement it is you're looking for.
So break bones, check.
No, again, not
think
bones.
that's what he said.
This would be
flesh wounds, all purely flesh wounds.
Oh. Some blood.
Bruising, heavy bruising, trauma.
Check.
Yes, we will take care of it, Radazam. Don't worry.
I'm very worried. I'm incredibly, extremely worried.
Now we seem to understand every part of the thing you described, like pretty good. Yeah.
No, I think we have it well at hand. Don't worry.
Stop Rat Rod from winning at almost all costs and help Labani?
Yes. Don't let Labani make an embarrassment of us. Yes. Perfect.
And also don't make an embarrassment of us yourselves. But yes, you've got it. Excellent.
More of that subtext that eluded me previously. No, I understand now. Also, do not allow her to cause a scandal, and also do not cause one as well.
That is, yes, you're getting it. Still very worried, but that's okay.
Acknowledged.
We have 100% mission success rate heretofore, so I feel like you have nothing to worry about.
The statistics do not lie.
All right.
Nothing else to wear there for you.
Excellent. Well, then, don't talk about it, be about it. Let us go.
Guidance. Navigate us to the junk racer rat rod.
Another blue line appears, leading you to another district of the Absalom station. You head down to Bot Scrap. Bot Scrap is a massive salvage and scrap yard. Rat Rod's racing circuit is located in a hollowed-out mountain of scrap itself. Following Guidance's directions and displaying your pit crew credentials when you get down there, you make your way over to where you find a human woman fretting over a half-built junk racer who seems on the verge of a breakdown when you arrive. She looks up and sees that you are all wearing your Starfinder insignias, and she you see just the relief in her body. She's like, oh gosh, they sent back up. I'm like so happy to see you guys. I've got this thing almost operational, but I don't have any idea what I'm doing. And Radizan is going to be so mad if I make a fool of myself on the track. But we've got a little bit of time before the race, so what's the plan?
I believe I can probably assist getting this heap going forward and probably also being able to stop moving forward on command.
Great. That sounds good. So the way this will work is that between now and race time, each of you has enough time. It's similar to playing it out in rounds, but basically each of you will have the opportunity to take up to 3 actions in order to try to help Labani. You can all work together on the same thing, or you can split off and work different angles of this, whatever you choose. But after you're done, time will have run out and it'll be time to actually start the race. In terms of things that you can do to help out, you can search the junk piles for more components to install in the junk racer, improving its speed, defenses, or weapons. You can try to sneak in and sabotage other junk racers, but again, keep in mind that getting caught doing that could actually disqualify your team from the race entirely. You could go and talk to the other racers themselves. They each have their own motivations for racing, and you may find something that can help gain an edge on the track. But either way, let's start with Gunnin, since you put yourself out there first. What angle of this do you want to tackle?
Physically working on the racer.
Engineering. So you want to physically work on the racer? All right, so go ahead and make me a engineering check as you spend your first action attempting. Or you can use computers, engineering, or perception to try to install new parts.
Let's see which one of those has computers, engineering, or perception. You say?
Yep.
Computers and engineering are the same. However, if this counts as hacking, I'm faster at hacking. Does this count as hacking, or is this just yeah?
No, it doesn't count as hacking.
Then a 22. Again, it rolled on the 20 and then rolled over to the 14.
That is going to be a success. So for your first action, you can actually choose what type of part you want to attempt to install. You can try to increase its speed, you can try to increase its defenses, or you can try to install weapons on the junk racer itself.
Move number 1 is speed, because allegedly Rat Rod is not supposed to die, so maybe not weapons.
Okay. So you start tweaking the engines and installing some new parts, which is going to take up your first action, and that'll move us on to who should we go with next? Let's go with Maple. Maple. How do you want to try to help out? You can also help out in just trying to boost the racer. You could go attempt to talk to some of the other junk racers.
I'm gonna go talk because I don't have any mechanical abilities, only diplomacy and culture and athletics.
Okay,
that's all I have.
So you make your way over. There are several other pits with crews working. You see there is. The nearest one to you, you find a gnome and you see that she is wearing a racer's jacket. On the back of it, it says Lemgem, and she notes that you're in. You're hanging out around the pit, just kind of. She's like giving you a weird look.
I look back and make direct eye contact. And go. And I walk over. Hey, is your name Lem Gem? Is that the name on your what does it say on your jacket?
Yeah, that's it.
It's very cool. Love it. Don't change a thing. So, where are you excited about this race coming up or what?
Yeah, it's gonna be great. What do you want? Don't you work for the? You're another. What are you over in my pit for? Shouldn't you be with your racer, huh?
Can a girl make new friends? Come on. Basically what I want to try to do with Lumgem is become best friends with her and convince her to help us to help during the race in preventing Rat Rod from like proceeding. If I can convince basically 2 or 3 other drivers to sort of like try to like funnel him to slow him down.
Okay. So she's like, look, you want to be friends. Oh yeah, that's right. So you working for the society, right? That human girl who thinks that she's a racer now? So what?
Well,
What do you think?
It's not just about like the one person. It's sort of about like what she represents for like this whole station as a whole. Can I roll culture to see like what did gnomes in space like really love and cannot resist?
I just immediately my brain went to gnomes in space.
I don't want to categorize them with the earth.
You can roll a culture check if you would like. Sure.
She was like, please stop doing this. Please stop telling me what the rules are. That's 20, my dude.
Yeah. 20. Okay.
Very cultural.
You know that gnomes are they tend to have Fey origin. I don't know. What do you want to know about gnomes?
I guess does she love a good steak? Is she really into gold? Does she want to do gnomes generally like big wide open spaces? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, someone like a lot of gnomes would probably be attracted to something like junk racing just because they have sort of a reckless kind of demeanor about them. A lot of them like to be wandering, adventuring types. There's also a bit of whimsy about them, so they can be very mercurial and just sort of difficult to predict in a lot of ways, but there's no like one thing that would be like here's a thing.
20 tells me.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lam Gem, which is your name. Just get to keep looking at it. So wouldn't it be crazy if the person that everyone thinks is gonna win doesn't win? I think that'd be super wild. Also, if you help me with my little plan, then what can I offer her? And I can introduce you to a really cool guy who deals in, get this, fake IDs.
I need a fake ID, but I don't.
No, it's just that he's like really wild and like works in the underground.
Make a diplomacy check.
Hell yeah. Oh, Brad. Diplomacy. That's a 23.
23. Look, I personally don't care about your guy, but Rod, he's kind of annoying and is the best I can do. I will take second place. I'm not gonna promise to lose to you, and I'm not gonna go sabotaging anybody else. But I can tell you, if it comes down between you and me, I'll let your girl win.
Okay. Sounds fair. So what I'm hearing is, though, you do not want Brad's number.
No,
also,
not really, no.
I'm not really sure what his name is. Okay, well, anyway, he just hangs out that gross bar, like, over by the park. So anyway, if you change your mind, on the table, into it, thank you so much.
Okay.
And I hand her, by the way, I have a business card that just says, like, my full name, which I haven't said yet, because I can't say it. My full name is Maplio drew a Zampa Rubindica, and it just says like that really crazy, like all over it, it like glows. And I gave her my card and said, next time you need anything, just tap this data card. It's
What
like
does that even mean?
It's my number. That's how you call. Like, come on, just let it be cool.
Let it be cool.
She's like, all right, thanks, I guess. I'll see you later, maybe. I don't know. Are we going on a date now? Are we dating?
You know what? Like, if you're free at like 8:45, I do have time later today.
All right, I guess it's kind of. Sorry, I'm a little off guard.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll meet you at that crazy park where all those guys got killed. But yeah, I'll see you there at 8:45.
Oh, okay. All right, that sounds good. I'll be there. I don't know what's happening to me anymore.
It's fun, right?
That will constitute Maple's first attempt at trying to help this junk race go more better. After that, we will turn to Volterix. Volterix, how do you want to try to assist?
I want to be that person that will walk over to where the captain is definitely trying to fix things, and just like pick up random tools and just kind of like hand it to them, not really knowing what I'm handing to him. But I would like to assist in engineering.
Sure. Go ahead and roll an engineering check.
That's gonna be an 18.
An 18.
Nice.
All right. So as the captain is finishing up boosting the engines, you note that the Bonnie comes over and she's showing you and Gunnin this remote driver, and she's like, "Hey, look, I don't really know what I'm doing so much. So I was wondering if you guys could actually get this thing working. We could connect it to the racer, and I would be in there, but like you guys would actually pilot the damn thing."
Ooh.
What skill would be required to actually drive this thing?
It would be piloting to drive it, but in terms of whether you could, with Volterix's help, with her role, you could easily basically connect the remote to the junk racer, and then you would be able to pilot it remotely, allowing any one of you during the race to actually take over and make piloting checks.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that any of us is actually qualified to not just send this woman to her doom.
Yes, Haven is a very good pilot.
Yeah, you know that Haven knows what he's doing.
Yes, that is true. Yes, on occasion they actually deploy the secondary arms. Yeah, sounds good to me, I suppose. We were told to not let this be an embarrassment, and allowing Haven at the comm would probably achieve that, yes?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent work, Volterix.
All right, so with a little bit of extra work, Volterix, you're able to get a solid connection between the remote and the junk racer, and help Gunnin out enough that he has enough time to give you some pointers in how to set up the programming, and now you guys will be able to pilot the junk racer during the race itself. After that, I would love to hear from Kazka. Kazka, what do you want to be doing while your other friends have dispersed?
Can you tell me the other options other than working on the...
You can attempt to go to talk to one of the other racers. You can attempt to install another upgrade in the junk racer itself, or you could try to sneak in to one of the other racing bays and try to sabotage one of the other racers and give it basically penalties when it comes to.
Okay, I'm going to try one of my things here. Not sure how to pronounce it, but the Sidereal Influence.
Okay.
I'm going to attune to Graviton for a minute. I'm going to meditate for a minute and just sit there and kind of just focus. My mode's going to glow black, and then I'm that will add stealth to my actions here.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if I can sabotage one of the racers.
Okay. So the first thing that you'll need to do is make a stealth check to see if you can get into one of the bays without being noticed.
Okay. So stealth. Okay, so 13 plus 7, and then 4 more on that.
24.
Thank you.
24 is enough. There is a there's a Lashunta who he finishes up a tweak on his junk racer, and then he starts walking away, and you take a moment to get right up next to his machine.
Yes.
Now that you're there, you can attempt an engineering check to
damn.
Try to actually sabotage it.
Or
Well,
stick a
let's
sword
see.
in it.
Oh yeah, I can. I don't have engineering, so can I roll it untrained?
Yeah, you can
I'm just saying, slashing tires is slashing tires.
Yeah, I mean,
True.
you basically just try to muck around in there and see if you can knock anything loose. I mean, that's really
Can
what
I
you're
do
trying
that?
to do,
Okay.
That's it's called an engineering check. It's just you roll the die and tell me what happens.
10.
10. Okay. So your first action is unsuccessful. So you're sitting there, you don't really know what you're looking at. You just start knocking it with your sword. You realize you're making a lot of noise, and you're like looking around and waiting. So your first action is actually unsuccessful, but you'll have other attempts that you can make as we move on.
Okay.
But first we have to see what Haven is going to do for his first action.
For their first action, Haven is going to take a glance around the track, since now they know that they're going to be piloting. So they're going to go out and gather information about like the twists and the turns and the stunts we could pull.
Sure. We will go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, natty 20, so 29.
Ooh,
29.
Get
All right.
it.
You this will be basically the equivalent. We'll call this the equivalent of installing an upgrade in the racer itself. So now when you make piloting checks on the track, because you've studied it so carefully, you will get an additional +1 piloting modifier.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just for clarity's sake, that makes my piloting modifier +14.
You're very good at this.
Whoa.
This is your strong suit. This is what you do.
Very good at this.
That's awesome.
So all of this activity, even though you've all sort of split off, you've been doing this, has taken about 15 minutes or so. You've finished installing the upgrades. You've been studying the track. You've been trying unsuccessfully to sabotage one of the other racers. You've made an alliance with one of the racers. You all can continue trying to help. Though you can continue trying to do the same types of activities. You can switch it up. It's all up to you, but I guess we'll start with the captain again. You finish all the upgrades that you've been working on, and what do you want to do next? Can't hear you.
My next two things are definitely going to be engineering. If in the interest of time, I
Sure.
can roll both if you'd like, or I can still split it up for you.
Yeah, why not? What systems do you want to? You just give me the rolls, and then what systems you want to upgrade.
I will tell you my two things I'd like to do is I'm still going to give another boost to speed.
Okay.
But now that this woman's life is literally in our hands, I'm going to give her 1 defense. So ultimately 2 speed and 1 defense is what I'm at.
All right.
Okay. For the speed, that is going to be 24.
24 is a success. So you've managed to crank even more efficiency from the engines.
Oh no.
And for the defense, a 1.
Oh
no.
Cheaters
On the die.
never prosper.
You are attempting to find some extra armor plating, but you just can't find any. You just flat out, all of the other racers have either taken the available plating, or you just don't know quite what you're looking for, but you are just completely unable to find anything. And
I very much make up an elaborate sounding excuse to Voltarix, like, it would have thrown off the aerodynamics. It might have inhibited the signal strength, We have to keep it light. Having the side paneling exposed like this allows greater aerodynamics. It's speed holes. We've put speed holes in the vehicle.
all right.
And that's it for me then.
That'll take care of both of your next actions. So then, Maple, what do you want to do? There's still some other racers you can talk to, or you've noticed that Kazka has sort of like snuck off. You go try to find her, or
I'm gonna go talk to Ratrod.
Sure.
To try to what's the word? Like mess with his will or fortitude.
Sure. Yeah.
I want to like read him so bad that he's just like, I can't do this.
There is this Yusoki who is he's not even really working on one of the racers anymore. He seems confident that his racer's already done. He's just kind of whiling away the time until the race comes up. And as he sees you come up, you can see this sort of smirk on his face. And he's like, oh yeah, look at that. The society.
Hi, how are you? I'm Maple. Might have heard of me. Your name
Nope.
Your name is Rodney? Is that it?
Yeah, that's funny. You can call me Rat Rod.
Okay, Rodney, just a quick chat. I want to talk to you about your car. It does seem like there's some problems with it, and I don't know that you want to ride with that out there.
What do you know about racers? You think you're an expert too?
Let's see. What is this skill?
Do you want to roll? I'll give you a choice of skills.
Okay.
You can roll a bluff if you want to just try to act like you know more than what you're letting on. You can try to intimidation to see if you can just put him off balance, looking overconfident in your assessment, and maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Mhm.
What do you want to do?
I'll use intimidate because I have a +7 to that, which is crazy.
Sure, why not?
You can roll it before I do the talking. That's an 18.
18. So yeah, you can see he's like, what do you mean? My racer's fine. I'm the best racer. Yeah, I know. I know how to put together a junk racer. What are you talking about? I don't know what I'm doing. Like it looks fine. It's fine. It's way better than whatever happened. Just keep the scrap you're making over there.
Maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but I do just want to let you know. And then my eyes turn black and you see like a space portal open behind me that I can see into different dimensions and through all realities, including not only this one, but ones where you are dead and your family is dead, or ones where you were never born and the earth is on fire. And then it goes up. But like, you do you, like whatever. I was just trying to help, but like you totally got this. Yes, absolutely. You will be totally 100% fine. And I roll my eyes as hard as I can and I walk away.
Sure. As you're walking away, you can see he's like now, whereas before he was just sort of like kicking back and watching things go. He's now up and he's got tools in his hands. He's walking around the racer. He's inspecting it furiously. You can see that you've definitely put him off balance. And he'll have a little penalty to his actions when it comes to race time because he's a little off kilter now. He doesn't know how to react to you guys. Excellent use of your action, Maple. So let's head to Volterix's turn. How do you want to assist? You note that your captain has been he did a great job cranking all he could out of the engines, and now he's running around like armor plating. I can't find any armor plating, or I don't even need armor plating. Who cares about armor plating? He seems to be a little bit of a loss, but maybe there's a way you could help him out.
Yeah, especially because he just went through that whole explanation about how, she doesn't need any defense, right? So can I make it faster?
You can try to crank more out of that. Yeah, you can stack them up. So just make another engineering. It can be engineering, computers, or physical science are all acceptable skills if you want to just try to boost even more out of these engines.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 success. So even though you neither of you have found any armor plating at this point, you guys have both worked together to increase the efficiency of this junk racer's engines. You can see by quite a significant margin, this thing is going to be fast on the track. Hopefully, Haven will be able to handle all that power that you are boosting into it. Because it is going to be a beast.
I have faith in them, yes. Speed kills, as they say. Usually that's meant as a positive, but...
The day might get more interesting.
It may indeed.
You are a woman of many talents, Voltarix. I am most impressed.
Thanks, Cap. You too.
Completely doesn't clock any awkwardness at all. Just like, man, haha, back to working. Yep.
Kazka, you are already in this engineering bay. You've avoided detection so far,
Mhm.
but you haven't actually managed to do like these junk racers. You don't really know. You're not a gearhead. You don't really know what you're doing. You want to try to hack at it some more, or you want to go try something different?
I'm gonna see if I can do something to the. I mean, would these things have wheels, or would it have like jet thrusters?
No, they
or
actually.
what?
Think of this a lot like a pod racer. So these are like hover vehicles.
That's what I call pod
and they're
racing.
all made on like, so basically in the scrapyards, all the junk racers will construct their junk racer out of what's available, and then they race with it, and then they disassemble it all, and then the next time there's a race, they assemble it all together and then do it. So it's not just about the speed and the racing skill, it's also about your ability to put together a vehicle.
So this is freaking booster draft, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Sustainable.
I'll try and see if I can ruin something on this.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Look under the hood.
keep
see
trying
what's
to
there,
ruin this
try
darn
and
thing.
rip. I want to rip stuff up. I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
All
try.
right. One more engineering check.
Oh.
9.
9. You find that once again you're trying to like rip open panels to see if you can get at some of the wiring underneath, and you're not able to do it. You keep having to stop and like hide as people are passing by. You're trying to avoid detection, and you're not making any progress. This is frustrating, but this racer, this isn't your forte. You got in here real easy, but now you realize that, like, man, you wish you had somebody who knew what they were working with, so that you could get in there and start tearing things up. But that's still okay. Perhaps the rest of your team can pull this out. Haven, what are they doing?
Haven is going to scout around now that they have a better idea of the track. They're going to scout out the competition. So the other racers that we haven't sort of hit so far, who's interesting?
Who is interesting indeed? There is make a perception check for me.
Okay.
See who you see.
24.
24.
Wow.
As you are looking out of the track, you're studying things, an android with velocity written across the back of her jacket passes by, and she gives you a nod, and then continues on, and you can see that she's trying to tweak the engines on a nearby racer, but it looks like she's having trouble with it.
Haven's going to saunter up and sort of casually lean one of the smaller arms on the vehicle and say to the android, fancy seeing you here.
Of course I'm here. I'm racing today.
Oh, that was a human idiom. Hi, I'm Haven. I study humans, and also, I'm an excellent pilot. It looks like you're having some trouble.
I am, but unfortunately I am an android. I'm sorry, I can't be of any help to your studies.
Oh, this is okay. Not everything can be a learning experience in regards to human studies, but perhaps I may be able to assist you. What seems to be giving you an issue?
Well, the problem is I really want to go fast, but I can't seem to get the parts, and I'm having a lot of trouble. I'm not really here to win the race. I just want to go fast. I can't find the parts that I need. It's frustrating.
Perhaps Haven, myself, may have an interesting solution for you. Being an android, you experience things differently than the rest of us. Perhaps I could take some of your sensor mechanisms and attach it to our vehicle. I can guarantee you it is going to go very fast.
Hey, look, if you can make this thing go faster, then sure. Whatever.
Well,
that's all I care about. I just want to go fast.
Instead of racing, I will attach your head to our vehicle. That way,
No.
you sense. Oh, okay.
No, proposal rejected. I want to go fast. So I don't need to win. Like, if you want to win, you can win. I want to go fast.
We do
with the
desire to
society,
win.
correct?
Mm.
I can look here and here. She points. There are these two cannons on the front of her junk race. She says, I will knock Rat Rod out. He will not win, and you can win. Just make me go fast. I will target Rat Rod, and in exchange, you will make me go fast.
Are you sure you don't want your head attached to our vehicle? Okay, your plan is better. Yes,
definitely need it attached to me. We are alive. That is one thing you must learn about androids. We are a living. You cannot remove parts of them. Please never do that. I understand it might be confusing sometimes, but we are living organisms as well as technological. So do not ever remove a part from an android unless they give you explicit permission.
And in this case, permission is
not granted.
Got it. Understood. Yes, I will make this go faster. And Haven will take a look at the vehicle.
Sure. She hands you a card. It's just, look, if you actually will I could do the installation. Just go and find me this part. Oh. She hands you there's a fuel regulator that she needs. You can attempt to make a physical science or perception check if you want to go through the scrap pile and try to see if you can find one for her.
Definitely perception.
Okay.
So that's yes. That is, let's see, perception 15. Is that good enough?
15. You're looking around, and after about 15 minutes of searching, you can't. You don't know if maybe there aren't any of these parts in here. You're not really sure. But you don't quite find what you need.
So without going back to the android or the vehicle or anything, Haven's just going to return to our camp.
Sure. And keep in mind, you all will have one more action, except for Gunnin, who sort of took both of his. So if you failed on a previous action, you could just use your third action as an attempt to try that again. So you could just keep looking for it if you wanted to. That would be totally acceptable. But we'll go back to, since Gunnin had already done his thing, Maple, you've put Rat Rod off his game. You've made something of an alliance with Lemgem. You see that Haven is trying to talk to this other android racer, and he isn't having as much success. Maybe you could help him out there, or you could try. You still haven't seen Kazka. You don't know where she is. But that might be concerning.
Yeah, I was going to hunt down Kazka, I think, and try to help her with whatever she's doing.
Sure. Looking around, you eventually see that Kazka is trying to wedge her sword into the engine chassis for one of the racers, and she's trying to pry it, and it's just not working. And she seems very frustrated by all of this.
Kazka, are you trying to sabotage this or take something out of this?
I'm trying to sabotage it. What does it look like I'm doing?
Oh, okay, I can do that. And I cast. This is called Verdant Code. I turn. It says data into plant matter. Would there be computers or something in this car that would have data that I could turn into plant matter?
If you could do what?
So Verdant Code turns data into plant matter that either explodes or lurks within a device. Does this vehicle have data in it because it's a space car?
Yeah, I mean there is a computer system that controls it. So sorry, this is Verdant what?
Verdant Code. Verdant Code.
Code into plant life? What?
No, I have no idea.
It's really cool. It's a first level spell.
Yeah.
It's just one standard action. I need one system or module. It lasts either 1 hour as soon as I do it or until triggered. So what I'm going to do is cast this, and for dormant growth, you implant Verdant Code into a computer system or module you have root access to. The next time the device is accessed, plant matter explodes from this device. See above. And the see above is that it explodes from it. Okay. I do.
Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be a problem with this when the next person turns it on, so we got to go.
Oh.
Unless you want to do something
else. Is there
else.
a windshield on this? Is there a windshield on this?
There's an enclosure for the driver. Yeah.
I'm gonna take my sword and kind of like scratch out the windshield so they can't see anything.
I already took care of it. What are you doing?
Well,
You can sabotage it. That's fine.
I felt left out, so I did all the work, and I'm pissed off now. So let's go.
Okay, just don't sign it with a K, okay? We talked about this. You can't sign things when you
Okay.
mess them up, okay? All right, next time.
I sign it with an M.
Well,
Sign it with an M. No.
Did you want this to be an effort to further sabotage the vehicle, or are you just flavor scratches?
No, because I am sabotaging it. So
Okay, so go ahead and make
that's
your
a
check.
6 on the die. I hate you.
You need new dice.
As you're
Dice
sitting
jail.
there with the sword and you're trying to like gouge out parts of the glass steel, you realize like this is some kind of like scratch resistant, damage resistant, bullet resistant glass, and like your sword is not making a dent. You're trying to and it's just sliding along this.
He's just trying to participate.
plexiglass strip that's
I
not
know.
moving.
I know.
It's okay, buddy. I give Kazga a marker. Here you go. It's fine. Here you go. Try this.
I just put a big
Please don't
sad
put it
face
down.
on the windshield, and
Keep
then
it
I put a small V.
No, you gotta stop doing that. I take it. I scratch it out.
Gotta stop signing our crime.
And then I walk away all pissy.
Volterix, you note that it looks like both Haven and Gunnin are like furiously searching through the scrapyards trying to find stuff. Gunnin is still trying to find armor plating for the vehicle. He can't find anything. You're not sure what Haven is doing, but they're frantically looking around as well. How do you want to spend, or you could just abandon them entirely and do your own thing. What do you want to do?
I'll go over to Haven
Okay.
and just like watch the frenzy for a hot sec. And just, what are you doing?
Looking for a part that makes it go fast. Would you like to help?
We already made it go fast. What are you talking?
It's for the competitor, but it's okay. They promised to lose.
Yeah, why don't I go with you real quick on that one? I think I've got a part. I'll go over there with him. Them. And I will... is the woman still there?
The android woman?
Android woman?
Oh yeah, she's still trying furiously to work through the engine problems she's having.
I'm gonna get on in there and just kind of look at her and be like, yeah, don't worry, I got this. You may want to like stand back just a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm gonna reach in my oh no. Never mind. I was gonna do something stupid.
Do the stupid thing.
We're turning code into plant life here. There's nothing that's too wild for this group.
I'll reach on my belt and kind of grab something that's about fist size, and I will like hide it somewhere inside of the engine, and just kind of be like, that part should get you going pretty quickly. But why don't and I'm gonna tell her like, but why don't we all like step out? You know, it's always good to have a break before the big race, right? Is that what people do? Haven?
Make a deception check to see if you can. I'll let you substitute that for the other checks available for this one.
So
I am going to increase the DC a little bit, but we'll see how well you do.
Ooh, well, I rolled a 19. So bluff check, you said?
Yeah.
So 23.
23. Yeah. You start fiddling around with the engine, and you had some like random part that you picked up while you were helping Gunnin, and you just sort of like wire it in there, and Velocity is like watching you do this. Velocity. I will go fast now.
Yep.
This is acceptable. I'll target Rat Rod I will target Rat Rod with my, and I promise not to win. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Come on, Haven.
You are quite formidable as an engineer. Your skills are unmatched, except by the captain, of course.
Jim, I wanted to put a sticky bomb grenade in there?
I figured.
Of course, yeah. This wouldn't be as simple as simply bluff. It has to be an explosive device that will kill everyone. Yeah, okay. Well, you succeeded on your check, so like you installed this bomb. And presumably when the engines start, it will explode.
I just wanted to make everything very sticky and not harm her too bad.
I'm pretty sure that sticky bomb is a bomb that sticks to things, not a bomb that makes things sticky. I can double check that.
Got it. Okay.
Potato.
But I like
I
my
mean,
version
I might actually
better.
be wrong.
I mean, it blows a lot of sticky stuff in all directions.
I'm incorrect. Sorry, I was incorrect. Sorry, no, it causes a massive adhesive resin to explode. So you are correct on that one. Sorry, that was my my mistake.
No
I thought it was going to be
in World War II. You had it right on what a sticky bomb was. That's true.
True. Yes.
I believe for game mechanics they cause like an entangle sort of thing, right?
Yeah, you knew what you were talking about. So yeah, you basically will just literally gum up the engine, making her go slower. When you said that you were going to make her go faster, she's probably going to be very sad.
Birth of a supervillain. Wait, did you check to make sure she didn't have all 99s before you embarked on this course of action?
I believe at this point that the only one with a third action left is Haven.
So after that whole debacle, we're regrouping, or not debacle, the fixing of Velocity's car. We're all gathering back at our camp, and Haven then is going to take a look at the defenses for
Sure,
Labani.
you want to try to see if you can find that armor plating that
Perhaps we
Captain has
can
been trying to install. So go ahead. It's perception, physical science, or engineering will all work.
Definitely perception.
Okay.
21.
21. Yeah, you managed to find some suitable plating. You located it while you were looking for that engine part for Velocity, and you just drag over some of the plating. Now that it's there, Gunnan is able to easily just like weld it onto the junk racer. And at that point, you guys hear the call go out over the PA, announcing it is time for all racers to take their positions. It is time to start. Labani gets into the racer and hands you the remote. Hands you, Haven, the remote, and says, "All right, well, go team,
go team."
And she starts the engine. You actually have like a little HUD display on this remote, and she's gives you control of it, and you can actually navigate it up to the starting line. Go ahead.
So before, as you've seen, Haven, they've been a little bit twitchy, constantly looking at things, their antenna sort of waves. As soon as they get into this like piloting mode, everything is stock still, and they're totally focused in and paying attention. They're in this zone that no one else can reach them.
Is it like when a cat like, suddenly goes like this and the tail gets really straight?
Yeah.
Pounce.
Lean in next to Haven, and I just point at Rat Rod and I say, "Get him."
All right. So the way that the race will work is that there are two phases every round. The first one is a weapons phase, where various non-lethal weapons that have been installed on all the junk racers can be fired at other targets in an attempt to knock the other racers off course or apply penalties to what they're doing. Once you've fired your weapons, then you do the piloting phase, which is how fast do you move. You might have penalties based on if you got hit by other racers, but then since you added that extra armor plating, hopefully none of the other racers will be able to hit you. Racers are targeting each other as well. You guys aren't really here necessarily. It's a free-for-all. Obviously, some of you have formed minor alliances with other racers who will be then not targeting you, or specifically targeting your real rival, who is Rat Rod, who is revving his engine and ready to go. There is a drone hovering over the starting line. It begins to flash red, yellow, and then green. And then engines scream as all of the racers lurch forward into the first lap of the race. We will just go ahead and start with your actions. The junk racer that you have has one energy weapon on it. Anybody can fire it. It gets kind of abstract at this point, but anybody basically with a high range attack can choose one of the other racers and fire it. There's Lemgem, there's Velocity, there's Rat Rod, and then there are two other racers that you never talk to. There's a Lashunta, and it's like a lizard, not a Vesk, but it's called I think it's a Riforian. It's like almost like a dragon-like person. But you can target any of the other racers you want. You have one weapon. Who wants to make an attack, if you want to make an attack, against one of the other racers?
I feel like Voltarix has a high ranged.
Yes, please, me.
All right, so Haven, you go over to Voltarix, and there are actually controls for some of the weapons, and you can Voltarix, who is like looking over your shoulder, you see sort of a targeting reticule appear on the screen, and you have 5 other racers on the board. Who do you want to target? And then you can just make a ranged attack.
I'm gonna go with Rat Rod first.
Rat Rod, all right.
Woo. That's gonna be a 19.
A 19. So you fire this electrical energy cannon at Rat Rod's racer, and it blasts into the back, hitting it square in the engine. But you see that he like smashes a button on the console, and as the energy like plays out across the hull of his junk racer, it all like this weird node pops out of the side of it and begins to spin around, and all of that energy gets absorbed into this node. And you can't hear him because it's all you all just seeing these things on the screen, but you see he like throws his head back in laughter and begins firing his own weapons at some of the other racers. The other racers take aim at each other and start blasting. Velocity will go ahead and target Rat Rod because she agreed to do so. She has 2 weapons, so would 2 other people, who aren't Voltarix, go ahead and just roll a d20, and I will see if Velocity is going to hit or not.
I'll roll one.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, go for it, Maple.
That's an 8.
An 8. So Velocity's junk racer has this heavy kinetic weapon that blasts a slug at Rat Rod's racer, but it goes wide as he jukes real quick, and it just goes past him. She has a total of 3. She has a very heavily armed racer, so it was good to get her on your side. So Maple got to make an attack. Somebody else, go ahead. You have 2 more attacks you can make. It doesn't matter to me who rolls them.
I'll roll one.
Sure, go for it, Gunnan.
I was gonna I was gonna say it'd be hard for me to do worse than that, and then that's a 7 on the die, so I literally did worse than that. Let's
Velocity.
see here, but my actual, I guess, even my bonuses are minimal, so it's like 10.
10. Velocity opens up with her second slug cannon, and once again, Rat Rod, who is moving incredibly quickly, manages to juke out of the way of that second attack. She still has an energy weapon equipped to her junk racer. So, Kazka, you want to roll it?
Sure. Ranged as well, yeah?
Yeah, just make a ranged attack.
Hey, 20 on the die.
Yes, 20 on the die.
So 22.
All right, so another
broken.
Another bolt of electricity shoots forward and slams into the back of Rat Rod's racer. This time, you notice that the first time it got hit, that node popped out and he absorbed all that energy. But this time, that doesn't happen, and the engine actually starts to spark and blast and smoke as you throw Rat Rod a little bit off balance. He's going to take a penalty now to his piloting check on this round because you managed to strike him. One of the other racers is going to make a single attack against you with a kinetic weapon. If this hits with the armor plating that you added, your racer has a kinetic armor class of 15. So he's going to try to blast you. One of the other racers is going to try to blast you. If it hits, it's going to be a -4 penalty to your piloting check this round. but he misses wildly. So this other slug comes in, tries to just knock you, it basically just slam you off the track with his weapon, but you are able to dodge out of the way with your expert piloting. And now, Haven, it is your turn to actually make your piloting check to see how fast you can move and get around this track on your first lap.
So just to be clear, what are the things that I'm adding? I'm adding a +1 because of my reconnaissance.
Yep, your reconnaissance will give you a +1, and then your piloting skill. Those are
My
the only
piloting
bonuses you currently have to piloting.
Copy that. Okay, so that is 32, please.
32. Yeah, you just gun it. You are in the zone. It's almost like instead of remote piloting, you almost like feel like you're in. Maybe you establish sort of a little bit of a telepathic connection with Labani, and you almost feel like you're in the cockpit yourself, and you are just blazing across the track. At the end of the first lap, you are neck and neck with Ratrod, who is glaring over at your racer, and we will begin the next round. We'll start again with your guys' actions, and we will have Volterix, who can fire the energy weapon on your racer. You can see that while you are neck and neck with Ratrod, you know that he has something aboard his junk racer that lets him absorb those energy attacks, but you could also try to target one of the other racers. Though you were told that you formed something of an alliance with the one named Lemgem and the one called Velocity, but it's up to you who you want to fire at. There are no rules. It's a race.
I feel like too with Haven and Volterix, this is a position that they've taken on ships before, where like she's over them and firing while they're down piloting over this thing. So it's like a dance that we've done.
Oh gosh. Would there be any sort of knowledge check I'd be able to figure out how to break through his barrier at all?
Unfortunately, there isn't really like the modification that you've now seen. Once every round, when he gets hit with an energy attack, he can absorb that energy. Like that's just you. I'll give you that now that you've seen it in action. So the first time you hit him, now because then Velocity through Kozka was able to hit him for a second time. Basically, it negates the absorption. So when he absorbs it, he actually moves faster. But then if he gets hit a second time with an energy weapon, it sort of negates that. So you know it's a little bit of a risk. Hitting him just once could actually benefit him in the long run. But there's really, I mean, yeah, you've seen it in action, so you know what it does.
Okay. I think I'm going to go for the Lashunta.
Sure.
Still there?
Yeah, he looks like he is very sleek, very fast. He is almost, he slips in front of you just for a second, and you pull the trigger, blasting him with an energy attack. Go ahead and roll it for me.
19.
Yeah, 19 is a hit. Yeah, as he's trying to slip in front of you and pass you, you blast him full in the engines with your energy weapon, and he is going to take a -4 penalty to his racing this round, making him significantly slower. Next, in the weapons phase, we will fire all of Velocity's weapons again, and let's start with Maple, like we did last time. Fire the first kinetic weapon. You know that you can fire those at the kinetic weapons can be fired at Ratrod without any chance that he can absorb them.
Can't see it.
So you can either target him or somebody else if you want.
No.
Well, it doesn't matter. They did you
Natural one. Yeah, you're just
bomb goes
firing
off.
out. Like Velocity is so eager now to hit it. She's just like smashing the weapons, firing at random almost. There are explosions and blasts all around. As the first attack is completely useless. But perhaps the second attack will be more significant. Gunnin, go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
Floor dice don't exist. That is going to be a 19 this time.
Ooh.
19 is going to hit. So while the first shot went wild and exploded against the wall separating the racers from the spectators, the second slug just slams into the racer, and rather than like doing much damage, it actually just knocks the racer off track, and that is going to be a -4 penalty. I'm sorry, who are you targeting? You could target Ratrod.
Red Rod. We're here to beat one.
Yeah, you're here to beat
man,
him.
thing, goblin person that him. One red.
Yep. He seems to be the most obvious threat, and you blast him off course. his whatever little modification he's made to his racer doesn't seem to be able to absorb those kinetic blasts, and he actually just gets knocked off course. He's trying desperately to hold it together as he makes his way.
The Mandalorians figured that out against the Jedi, and we've figured it out against rat racers.
Indeed. And then the final, that energy weapon, Kazka, you can fire it. You can choose any target you want, but you know that if you hit Rat Rod with it, you could actually give him a boost, as he could absorb one blast around from the energy weapon. So you would want to target one of the other racers.
Okay, we'll target another one.
Sure, one of them, the Lashunta, has already been hit. You can further damage his vehicle, or there's a Riforian that has not been hit. Or you could turn on one of your allies. What do you want to do?
Well, let's do Lashunta.
All right, so you're gonna see if you just knock him right out of the race.
16.
Ooh, 16 is a hit. It's barely a hit, but you just this arc of sustained energy just blasts out, and you sweep it across the junk racer, and he gets almost flipped end over end as he got hit before as well. So he is having some serious troubles. But we have come to the end of the weapons phase, and we move to the piloting phase. So it's time for Haven to show us what he's got.
Here we go. Well, it was a 4 on the die, but that means 18.
18. And that is going to be a success. You hadn't been hit this round, so it's not going to apply any penalties to it. And because your other opponents had so many penalties applied to them, you are actually ahead of the pack at the end of the second lap. You've got one more lap to go, and you know that if you can pull it out, just like you have been, you not only will not embarrass the Starfinder Society, but you will claim a victory that was unthinkable before this race actually started.
To unthinkability and beyond.
To unthinkability and beyond, indeed. Volterix, it's time to fire weapons again.
Yeah.
You can see at this point, the Lashunta he got blasted so hard last round that he's practically out of the race. There's no way he's going to catch up. If Haven can keep their eye on the prize like they have been, he's no problem. The Riforian is catching up. Rat Rod is still a problem, but you know that all you have is that energy weapon, which could be a problem if he absorbs it. Or again, you could turn on one of your allies, though they don't look like they're really trying to beat you. They're just having fun racing.
Amateurs.
Let's go for Rat Rod.
Rat Rod, all right.
Rat Rod.
You know this is risky because you know that then Velocity has to hit with her energy weapon if you succeed, but maybe it'll be enough.
Oof. I think maybe. 17?
17 is a hit.
Yeah.
He managed to, again, sweep this electrical blast of energy right across the hull of his junk racer. And again, that little node on the engine pops out and absorbs all of the energy, and he just starts blasting ahead. You know that if you're going to have a chance, it's going to be up to Velocity to blast him out of the sky. But to make that happen, we go to Maple first. Fire kinetic weapon number 1.
That is 15.
15 is a hit.
Yay!
That is a hit. You managed to blast him just as he's pulling ahead. Rat Rod just gets knocked aside by this giant metal slug. Gunnin, you want to roll for kinetic weapon number 2?
That is a 21.
Nice.
Oh, easy hit. So he just gets blasted as he's pulling ahead, absorbing all that energy, and then 2 slugs just kung, nearly flipping over the junk razor as it is trying desperately to maintain control of the race. And we move now to the final energy weapon. Kazka, you can fire at Rat Rod and negate the bonus from the energy absorption, but you also see he gets blasted so hard by the first 2 shots from Velocity that you might want to target one of the other racers. It's up to you, though, how you want to do that.
I'll target another racer.
Sure. There's the Lashunta, who's already so far behind that you don't think he's much of a threat. But then there's the Riforian, who may be a threat if you don't take care of her.
Let's do that one.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and make an attack.
No, that's 9, 11.
11. So yeah, you try to sweep that energy beam, but it misses and she dodges out of the way, which means that we must go now to to the final piloting checks. You feel, Haven, like you've got this race in the bag.
I'm
You
in the
can't
zone.
imagine a world where you lose.
Don't say that, Jim Jam.
Oh no, we cursed by
Yeah,
hubris.
don't
Stop
jinx
it.
it.
No.
Nothing that can go wrong.
Stop. I'm going to roll
Don't
before you
jinx.
continue. A 19 on
Yeah.
the die. High math.
See, like I told you, I believed in you the whole time. You are one with the racer. You are one with the track, and you managed to easily outdistance Ratrod, who got blasted. The Reforian can't keep up. The Lashunta got blasted last round and is too far behind to catch up. And your allies just basically pull up into this position behind you, and you all cross the finish line in sort of like a flying V.
Yeah.
With Lemgem and Velocity tying for second place, and you taking first. You have won the junk race.
Haven pulls out and just says, "Now that's what I call loosey goosey."
Very cool, Haven. I love it.
You guys watch as Ratrod's badly damaged junk racer like limps over the finish line. He hops out of the racer and he chucks his helmet down on the ground. And at that point, you see Labani actually approaches him, and you can see that they're talking for a moment. And she apologizes for challenging him so publicly the other day. And you can see that actually over time, like he starts to calm down a little bit. And, you know, they sort of, whatever, they shake hands, and he accepts the loss gracefully.
Wow.
And then Labani comes over to you guys. She says, I couldn't have possibly done this without you. Thank you so much.
Literally couldn't have, yes.
I don't know if you've met many Sheeran before, but when we work as a team, we tend to have these connections, and we really felt you.
I don't know what to say. I was just so happy that you guys came along. Hey, there's something that I should give you. She hands you a cred stick, and then she goes over to a locker. She says, I found this stuff in the scrapyard. I thought that I just left some armor laying around. It's kind of weird. I thought I would wear it, but it just didn't fit. But here you go. She's got a suit of graphite carbon skin armor and a cred stick with 500 credits loaded on it that she hands over to the group of you. And says,
How much was the credits?
500 credits.
Okay. How many arms does the suit of armor have? Because that's going to automatically affect which way the wind's blowing here.
Just to note, Haven is wearing graphite carbon skin armor.
Me too. So I don't need it.
You know that a lot of suits of armor can be pretty easily adjusted. Four-armed and multi-armed and limbed individuals are fairly common on a place like Absalom Station. So even if I think it's only got 2 arms for now, but you would be able to easily modify it if you wanted to wear it later.
Well, if it's a meaningful upgrade to any of you, have at it. If not, pass it this way. I defer to you.
Oh gosh, no, I would never wear that. I'm wearing a regimental dress 1, which is very fancy. Also, I can't wear things with bulk or I'll die.
Also, I, in my infinite wisdom, rode my AC, but not what kind of armor I've actually got. Haven, what's your energy and kinetic AC?
16 and 17.
Oh, that's definitely better than what I got. But
the armor bonus is 3 and 4 on that one.
Yeah, if it's better for somebody else, have at it. But otherwise, it's definitely an upgrade for me. So
You should take it, Captain.
excellent. But it's got all these patches from brand companies, like they're sponsors. I don't. What's the?
I pull out the marker and I'm like,
I can color it away for you.
Ah, excellent. Well, I'll have this let out with a couple more arms and maybe toned down a bit. Not selling out so much as buying in. Speaking of, we have one more stop to make, I think, before apparently Maple has a number of dates tonight.
Well,
indeed, you look at you look at the time and you realize that you have just enough to meet with Big Sigix, and hopefully whatever he has for you to do is simple enough that you'll be able to let Maple go before she's set to meet her many dates.
My long line of suitors.
Graphite, what kind of armor, by the way?
Carbon
skin.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Two zigzags.
Zigzag.
Zigzags.
I really, really, really need a zigga. Yeah.
There's actually a direct link, a navigation link on your initial document that you got. So you tap that as you depart bot scrap. And what's that?
Question for you. Yeah, witchweirds can kind of retract their bottom arms. Can I put this on now, or is this like later I need to get it worked on?
You can. There's mechanically there's like when you find armor you can wear it. It's not a flavor wise, you can get it modified and stuff, but there's
it's got Schrodinger's armholes on it. Got it.
Yeah. Only if you're looking at them.
Tell me you're looking. Who knows? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Who can say? Yep. Perfect.
It's actually got 6 arms, so you fill the 4 arms, and then you've got 2 that are just flopping down at your sides.
Can I pitch you a Halloween costume, Casca? We can do tandem murder. It will be like a beautiful bird.
Yes, I'm so for that, Captain.
Okay. Onward as I'm like hopping, pulling on pants forward. Come in here. Right.
I'd help the captain now as we're walking forward.
Thank you very much.
Activate navigation protocols.
Sure thing, boss. So you select your meeting with the Exo Guardian faction leader Zigvijix. The navigation beacon and route provide directions to a modest apartment where you find an insectoid host Sheeran hovering over a bowl of grub noodles and rice candies.
Finally, some decent food.
They wave at you between bites, and you hear a telepathic voice in your heads as they transmit their thoughts to you without pausing the meal. Welcome, new Starfinders. Come, sit, have a rice candy. After all, it is your big day. My speech name is Zigvijix, but you can call me Ziggy if you find that easier on your meat mouth.
Undoubtedly.
Meat mouth, wow.
And telepathically, Haven will respond, "A great pleasure to meet you. I'm Havenovix, but you may call me Haven."
Oh, thank you, Haven. It's good to meet you as well. So, who from their training remembers what the primary purpose of the Exo Guardians is?
To protect others and find freedom.
In a way, yes. Sometimes by eliminating hostile life forms with extreme prejudice. Here, have a piece of candy.
Oh, it sounds like a murder. Fun.
In a way,
Definitely fun.
yes. We protect the Starfinder Society, sometimes with murder, and today we are going to vaporize a terrible alien menace. You see, I don't have an office for the Exo Guardians, but I have recently acquired a warehouse space ready for conversion. All you need to do is exterminate a horrible monster that has taken residence inside. I'm currently unaware of the creature's nature, but I have been told by the previous owner that it is highly aggressive and will not hesitate to kill anyone and everyone it sees. I'll upload the warehouse coordinates to you right now. You can report back to me when you've completed the task.
I just look at Voltarix and just go,
Let's do it.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Oh, you must have met Historia already. She's a delight, isn't she?
Truly.
Again, we're looking for minimal structural damage, though, if the plan is to get the warehouse, yes?
The warehouse is an important part of the Exo Guardian's future. Please leave it intact.
Yes, eradicate the occupant, leave the structure intact. That is oddly the exact inverse of our previous mission earlier today. So yes, good.
You have to be prepared for all kinds of things in the Starfinder Society. Happy hunting.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'll save you some of these rice candies for when you're done.
Oh, good. I was going to ask.
I wonder if every day we will have such a plurality of tasks like this. This is... Whew.
It's a lot.
Yes.
The life in the Starfinder Society.
It does begin to weigh on the oxygen sacs, though.
Well, Tarks is gonna pull out her sniper just to get it ready, like way early in advance.
Yes. Are we allowed to pre-draw weapons, Jim Jam?
Yeah, you can pre-draw weapons.
Pre-draw weapons.
Yeah,
That's not allowed.
Hey, guess who accidentally bumped the right click button and ruined everything?
Oh,
Cool.
no.
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Never
Yeah,
mind,
no.
everybody.
You can just
Yeah.
hit refresh and you should.
I'm here. I'm still here in spirit, but now I gotta fight with my camera.
Right.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Onwards into murder. Yeah, literally, my mouse has a right click like back button, and I just like boop. And VMix was like, "Well, we'll see you later."
At least you're frozen on a cool still though.
Yeah.
Hey, that's I call it purple steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't hear you. Yeah, don't wait for me. I gotta figure this out.
Okay, I draw my plasma fork 12 notch, which is a ranged weapon, and I just carry it in two of my bug hands, 2 by 4.
Sure.
Yeah, sensing the tension, Haven is also going to pull out their pistol just to be ready.
I have
We've
my
already
sword
established
out.
that Kazka always has her weapons drawn at all times. forever.
I will draw both of my pistols. Yeah.
So you get this address for this warehouse from Zigvijix, and as you're approaching the building, you can see that there's a mechanical barricade over the main door, and the exterior shutters over the windows. There is also some electronic warning tape and a sign that declares this site is unsafe. Ziggy's instructions included a code for the barricade, which is basically just a big metal arm that holds the door shut with a keypad for inputs. What do you do?
I'm going to take a minute to meditate and attune to my graviton so I can boost my stealth.
All right.
Do you need any time to get in position for your snipery, Volterix?
I just need to lay eyes on the target.
Does it seem like there's multiple stories to this building, or is it one warehouse?
It looks like the ceiling inside is likely is kind of high, but if it's like many other standard warehouses, chances are it's just a single floor, maybe a catwalk that runs above the main floor, but you're not sure.
On the catwalk, yeah.
Can I try to? I have telepathy. Can I just see if I can sense? Like, try to if it has like a consciousness, like if they can talk or not. Hey.
Yeah. So you just like let out a telepathic blast. Typically, you do have to have like a specific target when you do that. So, but either way,
okay.
you don't get any kind of like response or anything. You don't sense anything.
Okay, let's go in. I guess I just start tapping the code in to open the door.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you have the code, so you tap it in, and
I'm gonna stealth if possible.
Yeah.
Sure. You're stealthing along. Everybody who's gonna stealth, go ahead and roll those checks.
I'll be bait.
A 19 for Haven's stealth.
18 for me.
21.
Kazka.
Very nice. You guys are moving, actually, all of you as a group pretty well.
4.
Except
I got a 4.
You got a 4?
When the door opens, you just can't help yourself. You activate the light show and,
So
as a reflex. Damn it.
I do have an 18 on the die. I have no ranks in stealth, but apparently I just like walk right behind everywhere they step, I step type thing. I'm like,
Right.
okay.
You're
great.
following along, taking cues from them.
Maple's the new bait.
Maple's the new bait as like the laser light show from her
Yeah.
wings blasts out, illuminating the interior of a dusty old warehouse. We will actually head over to the map on roll 20 for this one. As you enter a broken old building. I'm placing some tokens on the map for you right now.
Fancy.
And you guys should all have control of these bad boys
Yay.
right now.
Aha, I move over here. Just kidding.
You are looking as the door opens. Again, that light from Maple's outfit illuminates the inside of a large warehouse. You can see at the edge, like there's a large hole in the concrete of the floor on the northern side of the warehouse. But as you're standing in the doorway, that's all you see.
I'd like to make a note of the fact that hole was here when we arrived.
Yeah, we did not do that. Since I'm the only one who is definitely visible, I'm gonna go ahead and fly up.
Oh,
sure.
A little bit, and then just try to see if I can see the offending demon that we must destroy.
Sure, go ahead and move yourself where you'd like to be on the map.
Okay, my flight is saying it's 20. I will go right. It's not very far in this giant map. Okay, right here.
Sure. And then how far above the ground do you want to fly? The ceiling is like 20 feet up, so it's a pretty high
10-ish.
ceiling.
Yeah, like
So you want to be about halfway. You're scanning over. You can see crates and tanks, and it looks like nobody's been in here for a while. But again, there's like, now that you're looking at it, do you have there's a like a low bluish light all across the room, and you can see there's like this weird little like slime trail coming out of that hole in the concrete. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Great. I have low light vision, but I also have blind sense by using scent because of my moth
Scent,
fact.
you say? Does it give you a range?
Moth smell?
Moth fact is that moths smell with their antenna, and they're so big and fuzzy, so they can capture more particles in the air to smell better.
Oh.
What is the range on your scent ability? Does it say?
30. Oh no, it does not say that. It just says I have it.
Typically, it's about 30 feet. I'm going to call it 30 feet. Then until we find out otherwise, we'll call it 30 feet. And you smell the presence of some other creature. Now, it's an imprecise sense, so you don't know exactly where the creature is, but you do know that hiding amongst the boxes and tanks to the north, there is something.
I sort of motion to my party that north is the target. I don't know any hand signals. I have 4 hands. I don't know any hand signals.
So we're just going everywhere.
I will fly up then and head north to see if I can see anything.
Are you still trying to stay stealthy?
If possible, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, you gotta roll. You just gotta roll a stealth check.
Did you mention the lighting situation in here? Was it dim?
It's low light. Yeah, I mean, you guys shouldn't have an issue with the lighting.
Well, I get a +2 to stealth in dim light, so it matters to me. Okay, that's 12 plus 13, 35, 25, 26, 27.
27. Yeah, you stick close to the ceiling, and just like a black shadow across the ceiling, you hover up in the air. How high up do you want to be?
How high's the ceiling?
20 feet.
20 feet then.
Okay, so you're just floating around up there.
And then I'd like to look around to see if I see.
Make a perception check.
Ooh, 24.
24. You actually do see something in to the south of you. I'm gonna ping it. You see a creature. It is it has sort of a leathery hide, and it has wings itself. You notice it doesn't appear to have seen you, but you do see that it has these, and it's like crouched down, and it appears to be like trying to creep its way east towards Maple.
Can I shoot it?
Yeah, I mean, if you've spotted it and it hasn't spotted you.
All right, yeah, I think I wanna aim my sights at it and be like, I gotcha. And that's gonna be, jeez, these rolls. That's a 24 to hit.
Yep.
Yay.
Alrighty. That's gonna be only a 3 on a D10. 6 total points of damage.
6 points of damage. All right.
But I go again or no?
No, hold on.
Okay.
hold your horses. Just kill everything.
I want to kill everything.
Those of you standing in the doorway, you watch as Maple hesitantly walks forward. She motions, "There's something here." Then, with that, you barely even notice she's gone, but suddenly Volterix is just in the air, and she flies somewhere across the room, and you guys all lose sight of her as you're looking around. But then a shot rings out, blam, echoing through the interior of the warehouse. And at that moment, as you all hear this pained, warbling cry from somewhere to the west, we will all roll initiative. And we'll see who gets to go next as combat has started. Ooh.
23 over here.
Nice.
23 forgotten.
10.
Oh, Maple.
Yeah, it's fine. I already went, technically.
13 for Haven.
An 8 for Kazka.
Oh, Kazka. No.
Yeah, I know. It's really bad.
Volterix?
14.
14 for Volterix. Well, these creatures that were already like coiled and ready to spring.
You said
Excuse
these
creatures?
creatures?
What's with the plurality?
Oh,
Excuse me, follow up.
There are two. Because as I had mentioned, Maple smelled one to the north of her.
That's right.
Volterix spotted one to the south of her.
Fudge.
And both of these creatures, like coiled springs, launch themselves at their flying adversaries.
Ew.
Thanks, I hate it.
The one that you smelled, Maple, launches itself on its leathery bat-like wings and comes charging in at you. And when it gets right up next to you, it is going to try to bite you.
Oh no, I'm very weak. It will kill me.
This horrid creature gets a natural 20.
Oh!
Which is going to be a critical hit. It flies up and practically like attaches itself to your neck, sinking its horrible little fangs deep within your moth-like body. You are going to take plus 8, 13 points of piercing damage as this thing just launches itself and bites. The one that you shot, Volterix, is also going to launch itself at you. And it moves incredibly quickly in the air and tries to claw you with these long sickle claws on the ends of its feet. And that is going to, that's probably going to get you because that is a good roll in the die. We are looking at a 26 to hit.
Yeah.
All right, it's not a crit, but it's still going to get you. You're going to take 5 points of slashing damage as it just cuts into you. And that is their actions. Now, all of you out at the doorway can see that your flying friends are in dire trouble. Things are getting hot. Gunnin, you are the first to react to this new situation.
Going to hit the clever feint on the one that is on Maple.
All right.
So that's I have to roll. It's the same DC as I would have needed to feint against that enemy, which is, I guess, well, what I got is a 30. So I think is that enough?
Yeah, you got it. 30 is going to do it.
It's now flat-footed against everybody, and I mark that one to get him.
All right.
So +1 to attacks against the one that's on Maple.
Copy.
All get orders to blast that critter.
Yep.
As
and
it is momentarily confused by Gunnin.
And that is it for me.
All right. Volterix, this thing got right up in your face and slashed you good. What do you want to do? Now, those of you who are flying, keep in mind that if you just want to stand and hover, you need to pass fly checks in order to do that. Otherwise, you have to move while you are flying. So if you want to hover in place and take attacks, you can do that. You just got to pass a fly check. Otherwise, you can move as normal.
And does hovering count as an action?
I believe it's a move equivalent action to hover.
Okay. Then, are there guarded flying steps?
Yeah, if you have a fly speed, you can guarded step.
Great. I'm going to
unless you move, I think it's like half your movement speed, then you have to pass a check. Like I think you have to move at least half your fly speed.
I have to move at least half my fly speed if I fly.
I believe so. I have to check movement speeds. But yeah,
I don't mind hovering. I'll make a fly check.
hover. Just do it.
I'm just gonna hover then.
Okay, roll a fly check. It's acrobatics.
Oh well, then I definitely do that. 25.
Okay, yeah, you easily.
Great.
You're right there. Go for it.
And I'm gonna point blank snipe him. Wow. Kind of vicious.
Yep. Now, just so you know, and you would know this, when you fire a ranged weapon next to a creature that has melee attacks available to it, it can take an attack of opportunity against you.
Yes.
So it's all right. It is going to do that.
Cool. I just natty 20'd on it. So bring it, Jim.
Great. So you basically just put the barrel right up to its face, and it's still going to try to bite you. As you do that, that is going to hit an armor class of 17 KAC.
That is my KAC.
Ooh, so he gets the bite in,
Oh.
but you're still going to get to blast him pretty good. You're going to take 7 points of piercing damage, and then you hit with a natural 20. So that is going to be roll the damage twice.
Okay. All right, that's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12. You want me to roll it twice, you said?
Yeah, you roll damage twice.
Okay, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
23 points of damage.
Yeah.
You put the barrel right up to this thing's chest, put a round right through it. Most of the creature explodes in a gory shower, but it is somehow still flapping its sad, blood-soaked little wings and thrashing about wildly. It is a tough old bird, but you have significantly wounded it. And I did confirm hovering is a move equivalent action.
Okay. So then that would be my turn.
Alrighty. After Volterix, we are gonna go To Haven. Your friends are in trouble, Haven. What do you do? We can't hear you. You're muted.
Haven is going to take a movement action to move over to... These are stairs, right? That are in the
That is
warehouse?
correct. It does appear to be a catwalk that rises above the main warehouse floor. So yes, you can go up the stairs.
So Haven's going to take a defensive position right at the base of these stairs and then take aim at the one that's attacking Maple.
Okay. I will say that this tank there that's between you and it is going to give it some cover. But it's high enough that you still have a line of sight on it, but it is going to get a little cover.
Copy that. But as Haven starts moving, you can see that they're not going to shoot from the pistol that they have drawn. They use all 4 of their arms in this elaborate movement, and the tips of the arms start to glow, and we see shooting stars come down from the top of the warehouse, aiming at this creature.
That is fantastic. What spell is that?
Shooting stars.
Hey!
It's a mystic
is that an
ability.
attack on your part or a save for me?
It is an attack. It's an arranged attack. So with the cover, is that minus?
It's just going to give it a boost to its AC. So that's for me to calculate on my.
Although if you're on the one that's on Maple, it's -2 to AC and you're +1 to attack.
It's also
right.
yes, you are going to get that
High
bonus.
math too, because it was an 18 on the die plus 5 is 23. Yeah.
Even with the cover, you are able to strike it with those shooting stars. Roll your damage.
Okay, and with this, we're gonna do it's 2d4, and the first one is regular damage. Hold on, where's my d4? There it is. So that's 4 regular damage and 2 fire damage.
Nice.
Okay. So you just blast this thing. Total of 6 points. All of it seems to go through. These things don't seem to have any kind of resistance to the volumes or anything.
Add 2 more to that. It's 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Okay, so 2 more. All right, so you just blast this thing. And it is not happy about that. But it was still a good use of your spell. I applaud you. And we move on to Maple's turn. Maple, this thing has bitten you horribly, and now your clothes are soaked in your own whatever moth body fluid you have.
No! Oh, it sparkles. Anyway, I use my Decimar trait, Twinkle, which I can use once a day.
Really does sparkle.
Yeah, I twinkle for Decimar means I can only teleport myself. I can't use it as a teleportation for anyone else. Anyway, I go whoop, and I move myself 40-ish feet away to right here-ish, just real far.
You just pop out of there.
Yep, and it's real cool. There's lots of sparkles everywhere. It's pink and yellow. It's very good. And then I shoot it with my plasma fork. 90 feet. So here we go.
I imagine it being a very dramatic thing where this creature bites you and everybody sees you explode in a shower of sparkles, but then you reappear and shoot it. It's oh, good. Oh, yay. It's like a magic show.
Flourish.
Yeah.
Or whatever magic. Okay, that is a 17 plus 4, so that's 21 to hit.
21 does it.
Heck yeah. And then it is a 1d8 plus 3. Sorry, first time using this guy. That is a 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
9 points of damage. You blast this thing as you reappear far enough away from it that hopefully it will pose no further threat to you.
When you say it like that.
Sorry.
Well, who knows? I don't know. Kazka, it is your turn. You see your companions engaged in bloody battle, and they've left you behind once again.
I know.
Looks like they're going to kill these things before you even get a chance.
My
Disaster.
armor. I know. My armor starts to glow. I'm going to attune to graviton, so hopefully I can get this thing closer to me. I'm going to take my pistol out and shoot.
All right, so you just grab the pistol and fire.
Here we go. 15, 16, 16?
16, is that EAC or KAC?
I don't know.
What's the weapon you're using?
Skip shot tactical pistol.
So that would be a KAC. And this thing is still flat. Did you add the +1 for guns? Get them?
I did.
Alrighty, then that you are gonna hit.
Sweet, and it has bleed damage. So it's 2 bleed damage.
I think that's a critical effect.
Oh,
if you get a critical hit, it does
yes, you're right. It does say critical effect. Oh, that's leaner. Okay, so that's 2 little points.
2 points damage. So you just wing it as it is trying to reorient itself and figure out where its tasty little meal went.
That's all I can do.
That's all we've got. That means we're at the top of the next round. And at the top of the round, the creatures get to go. The creature that you nearly blasted apart is just going to stand and attack, and it is going to use a full attack action. No, it is not going to do that because it is flying. Let me see what its maneuverability is. It has average maneuverability, so it is going to have to make a check to hover there. If it wants to stand and bang.
This is the one that's on. Not that Maple left the other one, correct?
It is the one that is fighting Volterix.
Okay, cool.
So one that is fighting Volterix succeeds on a hover check, as it is just going to try to bite Volterix. But it is so badly wounded that its claw is mostly just hanging. So as it tries to get you, it just gets tangled up in its own gore and hanging guts and cannot penetrate your armor. The other one that was fighting Maple is momentarily confused, but it did get shot. So it is going to just swoop down right next to old Kazka and try.
Kazka's the new bait.
Yep.
Kazka's the new bait. It's going to try to bite.
Okay.
Kazka.
Yes.
Probably not. 15 against KAC.
Nope.
No, so it comes in and is scratching at your armor, but the field of hexagonal energy that coats your armor manages to repel this thing's attack and is unable to deal any damage. That's all they could do. Gunnin, you are up next.
The same one that so one of them is worse wounded than the other, correct? And all over Volterix?
Yeah, the one that's over by Volterix looks like it is you just see blood dripping down and spattering against the stones beneath it.
I'm going to switch to help her. So that's again that's a 30 on my cunning action, or not cunning action.
Is there a range on that? By any chance?
Clever feint, 60 feet.
It is currently 65 feet away, which means that technically you would have to take at least a guarded step, which means you can still do it, but just keep in mind a guarded step is a move action, so you won't have those 2 actions this round.
Then I'll stick to the other one then. She's got
great.
this. She already nearly blasted it once.
She's got it. So you confuse this creature again, making it flat-footed.
And get him again.
And get him. So just
I'm like, Voltarix, stop toying with that thing, please. Yep, and that's it for me.
Alrighty. After gunning, Voltarix, you hear the captain's yelling at you.
Oh, yeah. Voltarix knows, the captain, and so she kind of like rolls her eyes and chuckles. But she's going to just shoot this guy in the face again.
Sure.
Yes. Probably getting that attack of opportunity.
He's not going to hit you because he rolls a natural 1. He's still he's just thrashing about wildly and can't keep a hold of himself.
That's going to be an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay.
Get him.
8 points of damage.
8 points of damage, and the remaining intact body of this creature just like falls apart, and bloody chunks of it spatter to the ground below.
Yeah.
At this point, you can either hover there or you could just move somewhere.
I used my action. I probably hovered, right?
Well, you didn't say so. You can shoot and then move, or you can move and then shoot. You have a move action left, but you have to either hover or move somewhere.
I'm gonna hover.
Okay, go ahead and make a check.
17.
17 is gonna do it in these conditions. You just are hovering in place over the bloody corpse of your opponent. Lies below in a pool of its own blood. Haven, one of these things has flown right up next to you in an attempt to get to your companion. What do?
Haven's gonna reach over the railing of this staircase and shoot with the pistols that they had drawn, or the pistol.
Okie dokie. When you do that, it does like lash out with a claw and an attack of opportunity. You can fire point blank in its face. So he lashes out with the claw, but with a 2 on the die, he gets caught on the railing and can't get you.
And there's a 19 on the die for that ranged attack. So
you got him. You got him good.
Got him. 1d6. 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. You put another blast right into this thing. Chunks of it are flying as you guys are striking it from all sides. You technically have another action. You have a move
I'm going to take another shot.
If you wanted to take another shot, you'd have to declare that first, because there's that penalty that applies to both shots. So you can move, and it's already taken an attack of opportunity. So unless it has combat reflexes, you could move freely.
I think instead, Haven's going to take a defense stance.
Sure, you just sort of duck behind the railing, giving yourself a little bit extra cover.
Yeah, in case it attacks Haven.
Makes sense to me. After you, we move to Maple's turn.
I blast it. Blast it. Okay, I'm going to use my ranged weapon again.
Yep.
That is a 9 plus ding 4. So does 13 hit? No.
13 is not quite going to do it. Did you add the +1?
Oh yeah.
That's 14.
Get him.
14.
And is this against EAC or KAC?
It says EF on it.
Yeah.
So then it is against EAC.
Okay.
Which means that thanks to the captain's orders, that is a hit.
Nice.
Yay!
All right, and that's gonna be holy crap, an 8 plus 3, 9, 10, 11.
You got him.
Points of damage.
Nice.
Zero in on this creature and just burn a hole through the top of its head as it's trying to lunge in and bite Kazka again. It just evaporates and dies.
Oh, nice.
Both creatures are now dead.
Yay!
You've done it.
We did it.
If we locate any more eggs, be sure to scramble them thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
You give the warehouse a once over. You don't think there are any more of these creatures hiding anywhere. You don't see any signs of eggs or anything of the sort. After a few minutes, a familiar figure appears in the doorway. It's Ziggy. He has a rifle in one hand, but he's just waving at you, and he looks quite pleased, which is an interesting expression on Ashiran's face. He says, "Oh, you're alive. That's great. I hope you don't think this is an intrusion. I was standing by the entire time in case you found this horrible alien menace overwhelming. I had every confidence in your abilities, but as valued members of the society, I felt I should do my duty to protect you if required."
Appreciated.
Do you perhaps have any healing capability? My crew here was grievously injured in your service.
Unfortunately, putting people back together is not my specialty. But I suggest you take a relaxing bath in the spas at the Lower Spire complex. I hear they're quite nice. I do have some gifts for you, though. Hopefully these will assuage your pain. He takes 2 grenades off his belt and just hands them to Cosmo.
I'll see you in hell.
Be very careful with these and don't blow yourself up. He hands you 2 Mark I incendiary grenades. And right after that, a cred stick that has 500 credits on it.
Nice.
I will also have a new set of armor sent to your pods to hopefully replace some of the damaged armor from these horrible alien creatures. And he puts in an order for a set of basic Iridishell armor to be sent to whomever wants to claim it.
Wow. Your generosity is noted, Ziggy. Thank you.
It was you who did me a favor. Now I have a lot of work to do converting this horrible, smelly alien hive into a proper office. So if you'll excuse me, here, have a rice candy.
I don't mind waiting.
I look at Maple very hesitantly and I say, I realize it's getting late. Do you think you have time to change in order to make at least most of your dates?
Oh my god, totally. And I press the button on my shoulder that activates the clothing reconfig. And I'm suddenly in just like an evening gown.
But you're still massively wounded.
Yeah, but like
glitters everywhere. It's nice.
Yeah, some people don't understand that Decimar blood is like real sparkly and pretty, so like they just think it's, you know, like flavor glitter, and it's fine.
Oh.
You are very hardcore, as the ancient Earthlings would say.
Okay, everyone meet me at the park at 8 o'clock. I have a surprise. And just really quick, I would like to say that this whole time there was no big date at 8 o'clock. I wanted to throw a welcome party for my crew.
Oh. So you want to date with us?
No, yo, gross, no. But absolutely, we can hang out together. I'm excited to work with you all.
Oh, party.
Okay, well, don't say it like that. It's creepy.
That's how I talk.
Try like, party, yay.
Party, yay.
Oh, God, so somehow worse. Okay, let's just go. At 8 o'clock, I'll see you there. I gotta take care of my other dates first.
Acknowledged.
Yes,
Acknowledged. I'm not an
Huzzah. Wait, before you go, everybody. High fours.
Everybody gets a high 4. We freeze frame on that moment with everybody of you like sort of half hopped in the air as the artificial sunset overtakes Absalom Station, and your first day of Starfinders complete. All of your objectives accomplished.
Yay!
You clearly have made quite a name for yourselves in the Starfinder Society. There are
100% success ratio, sir. 100%.
100% success rate. You've got some new equipment. You've gotten some money for your troubles. Picked up a couple of cool new scars, and there are many, many more adventures ahead. And that is where we will end our first session of the Scoured Stars series. Congratulations, everybody! You did it. 100% success rate.
100%.
100%.
Hold on to that while we got it.
Gets no bigger than that.
Everybody, thanks for watching us. It's been a blast. We will be back here every Wednesday for the next 9 weeks playing through more awesome Starfinder Society scenarios. You may have noticed that, yes, we didn't get through every single thing that's in the... I mean, our players don't notice that because they didn't read the scenario. But those of you who are familiar with it will know that we didn't get through every single thing in the scenarios, but that's important because those of you who haven't played through these and are still looking for some surprises will want to head over to Paizo.com and download a copy of purchase and download a copy of these Starfinder scenarios yourselves so you can figure out what got missed. That is Paizo.com/Starfinder. You can also, if you're not as familiar with the Starfinder system as you would like to be, or you want to introduce some of your friends to the system, you can always pick up a copy of their beginner box, which is super cool and awesome. And if you notice, there was a really cool commercial for it during the break, and there was like a really cool guy in the commercial. The beginner box.
He's like super cool.
Like
I want to be his friend.
Coolest guy.
He's like a real. I would want to be friends with the guy who was in the commercial.
Wow.
For the
I think
Starfinder beginner box.
He does that too. He does a little cameo.
But yes, that is Paizo.com/Starfinder. We will see you back here next week. Thank you all for watching. Thanks to my players for making this a fun night, and thanks to Paizo for having us doing this on their awesome, amazing network. We will see you all later. Goodbye for now, everybody.
Bye. Good night. Bye.